Last official day of the spring meet. Right now, what we're focused on are those temperatures in the 70s, but there are a few rain chances as we approach those dinner time hours. But overall, it's going to be a great day for us to wrap up the Keeneland spring meet. Have a great day at the races.
And with that great weather, the John Deere track conditions revealing fast and firm for closing day. So we've had fast and firm in these final 3 days of racing, and we're going to keep it going for this 10-race card.
It's probably one of the nicest days we've experienced so far at the meet. It's a perfect day.
Full card selections. Download the Keeneland Race Day app right now on your smart device as we agree in 2 of the first 3 races.
Yep, race 2, race 3, and then doesn't look like we agree for the rest of the card. And obviously, I think you picked Warlike Goddess. I picked Warlike Goddess with her out. I think that opens the door to so many opportunities in that race. And it's a tricky race now when you're looking at the all-turf pick 3, the late pick 5 sequences, as well as the late pick 4.
That's our featured event. We're talking about the Bewitch Stakes Grade 3 presented by Keeneland Sales. We'll get to that in a moment. Social media at Keeneland Racing on X, Facebook at Keeneland, Instagram at Keeneland. Give FanDuel TV a follow on X as well, and download FanDuel TV Plus, the app on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, those connected devices on your television at home or wherever you have one of those connected devices. It's a great way to catch FanDuel TV and our racing coverage each and every race day at Keeneland. And as we get geared up for Kentucky Derby 150, which begins tomorrow as far as the lead up, in earnest, I should say.
Right.
Obviously, we've
the
been
draw
leading
is
up
tomorrow.
Opening night at Churchill Downs. So keep it rolling through the springtime here in Kentucky.
We're going to have a lot of content.
A lot. The most we've ever had, I would say.
That's safe to say.
Let's take a look at our featured race, the Grade 3 Bewitch Stakes, presented by Keeneland Sales. 1.5 miles on the firm-listed turf course. Scratch the 2, scratch the 7, and the biggest scratch of the day, Warlike Goddess, who was going to be an odds-on favorite for this race. She is out, and this makes it a very wide-open event now in all of these multi-race exotics, which the Bewitch Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales is part of.
All of these horses have credentials to win this type of race today. You couple that with the fact that it's 1.5 miles on the turf and the pace scenario is now a little bit murky with some of the scratches. Anything could happen. Anything.
Anything can happen, that's for sure. I go to the 5-horse Lovely Princess for Gentry Farms and Kenny McPeak. 5-8-4 are my numbers for the featured Bewitch Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. She's been working here at Keeneland on the turf. She's got 3 consecutive turf workouts over yielding ground, over good ground. She gets fast ground here, or firm ground here this afternoon. This is a Twirling Princess mare who's 2 for 3 at Keeneland Racecourse. We're going to roll back her race on the 20th of January at Fairgrounds in a stakes event at Fairgrounds in her last race, where she ends up finishing 3rd in here. Prior to this, she won the Blushing KD. These are shorter races at 1 1/16, but she's gone this far. She ran 1.5 miles in the Kirtana last May at Churchill Downs. She also ran 1.5 miles in the Dowager Grade 3 here at Keeneland, going back to the fall meet of 2023, and she was beaten by Ramanya Mia, that nice filly that followed that up with another win. I like this filly underneath Warlike Princess, or Warlike Goddess, excuse me, and I go to Lovely Princess in this situation. I think, like the others that I've gotten here, and really all of them, such a wide open race. Vergara, with her speed and her stamina, is dangerous. The number 8 horse for Graham Motion. And then the other runner in here that I'll utilize, that is Atomic Blonde, coming off of a race where she was eased, Van off at Aqueduct 5 months ago. Time to recover from that. She's yet to win in the United States, but she's got the stamina to be right there with Joel Rosario in the saddle. If you're playing the Turf Pick 3, I mean, it's an all race, right?
It could be an all race. I agree. I think the 5 and the 8 are probably standouts in this race. I like both of these horses. Vergara, I prefer in here just because of her natural speed. In the past, she's had difficulty achieving the 1.5 miles, but I think with this compact field and the fact that this is a much easier race than what she faced in her previous tries going 1.5 miles, she might be able to pull it off. And, you know, I say this again, Flavien Prat, it didn't work out for him yesterday in the 1.5 mile race, but he's very sneaky with speed horses going this distance on the turf. So he gets back on board, or on board this mare for the first time today. This is a look back on October 22nd. She didn't run very well in the Dowager this day, but Romania Mia, the filly, the mare that you were mentioning, she won the Dowager, that grade 3 event back in the fall. And this mare, she showed speed, but she wasn't loose on the lead, and I just wonder what she can do when she gets her feet underneath of her and doesn't necessarily get pressed, and she could find herself in that position. I almost want her to open up a little bit and then try to slow those middle fractions down and have a little bit more punch left, but she just doesn't look like a mare that always loves to be headed, especially at this distance. So we'll see what the strategy is with Flavien Prat. But the 5, Lovely Princess, she looks like an improving mare. And overall, she has been very consistent in her career. But she looks like her best form came in the late season of last year. And on top of that, she also looks like she loves Keeneland, right? Some of her best performances have been here. And then I'll throw in Chop Chop. I don't know. Kind of feels like I don't know what she's good at. I really don't. What she's best at. She's obviously very good. I don't know what she's best at.
She's a filly that was very good at the age of 2. Her 3-year-old campaign last year, she picked up 1 win from 7 starts. She was part of that road to the Kentucky Oaks at Fairgrounds. I guess the one thing is that trying this longer distance, who knows? It may be something that unlocks some potential and some talent for Chop Chop. She's from a Giants Causeway First Dam.
And she finds herself being so dependent on the pace and those shorter distances, and maybe this is an opportunity for her to get the trip that she needs.
It's a very interesting race with the scratch of Warlike Goddess in the Grade 3 Bewitch Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. For more, here's Tom Leach.
Let's start with Lovely Princess from the barn of trainer Kenny McPeak. He says, for this one, it is all about the 1.5 mile distance.
I think our season's going to be all about going 1.5 miles. And, unfortunately, Great Emotion's got that good filly in there, Warlike Goddess. But we're going to find out how good we are.
What impresses you most about how she's changed, if at all, from last year to this year?
Well, we've altered distances a few times. I mean, she's mostly run 1 mile and a 16th, mile and an 1/8, and she's managed to be stakes place, graded stakes place, and then she finally did win a listed stake earlier in the winter. But this is I think going to be a game for her for the season, and I think when you space her races really well, she does good. This race is spaced well, and I'm pretty excited. It should be a big run for her.
She's run well here. Any reason why she likes it here so much?
She's run well everywhere we've taken her. I mean, she's honest as days long. Kirk and Cynthia Gentry owner, and they'll be here Friday. Look, should be a great day.
Lovely Princess has an outstanding record here at Keeneland, 2 wins from 3 starts. Now let's move to Chop Chop for trainer Brad Cox. More of a price, should be anyway, on the tote board. She flashed some big-time potential as a 2-year-old when second in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. They're hoping that the move back to the grass and to 1.5 miles might get her home on pedigree.
She's by City of Light. She's another one that tons of scope. Always seemed like she'd stretch out. She ran well in the grass as a 2-year-old, having won a stake at Kentucky Downs. She's obviously dual surface. She went on the turf, the dirt. Well, she ran well on the dirt here in the Alcibiades as a 2-year-old, and then has been very good on the synthetic all winter at Turfway. So we'll see if she stacks up with this group.
Thank you, Tom. That's a look at the featured event here today, the Bewitch Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. Let's get after our key races of the day. I'll go to race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse on closing day. Race number 3, a first-level allowance condition, 1 mile on the turf course. Scratch Esme, the 8, the 10 Echo Foxtrot, and Scarletta, the number 12 horse. So 3 scratches, bringing it down to a field of 9. New Rome, the morning line favorite at 5-2 for Jenna Antonucci, coming off of back-to-back wins at Gulfstream, though the water gets a lot deeper here today for the favorite. The 2-horse Mrs. Astor for the Augustin Stable and Jonathan Thomas is the direction in which I go here in race number 3. This last race, which we're going to roll back for you at Santa Anita, going 1 mile, she was so far off the pace. You pick it up at the top of the stretch. She's got a bunch of horses in front of her, and she's going to stay down to the inside under Mike Smith. And then she's going to get bottled up a bit, and she's going to shy a little bit from the competition, in my opinion. Kind of shies there, even there's a hole, and she just kind of idles at this point in time and then just kind of carries herself with her ears pinned back. I think a cleaner run today. You're going to see a better run from Mrs. Astor off of that race at Santa Anita. She's run here in the past at Keeneland and run well. She did so going a mile and an eighth, but they keep her at a mile this afternoon for Jonathan Thomas, JT, for Mr. George Strawbridge Jr. So Mrs. Astor, based on that race, cleaner run, I think a better result for the number 2 horse. The number 7, Sake for Ignacio Correas IV, runs a second time this meet. She was seen back on opening weekend. She was third that day with Jose Ortiz. Jose gets the call back, 6-1 on the morning line. Hopefully we can get somewhere near that. And then the number 4 horse Right Now, trying grass for the first time. Second off the layoff for the first Samurai filly. She's a half-sister to a couple of turf winners, and she's never tried turf. So that's the long shot idea with the 4 horse Right Now in race number 3.
I like Mrs. Astor as well. I thought that trouble was significant. You could see kind of Mike Smith throwing the reins at her, almost trying to get her attention back and not shy away from some of those horses in between. Traffic, the biggest problem, I think, for Mrs. Astor and the other horse that I like, the number 9, Excellent Question, they need a pace to run at, especially going the flat mile. This, with some of the scratches, I think it really sets up for New Rome, who figures to be the favorite here. She kind of looks like she's controlling this race today.
She can control it, but this is a different ball game today. Mm-hmm. That's what I will say. And it's coming from Gulfstream Park and those types of races, a starter allowance race and an optional 35 to a first-level allowance condition at Keeneland.
No, it's a class
game.
test, 100%, but she could have the tactical edge here.
So that's race number 3. Gabby, take us to race number 9.
All right, race number 9, a little bit later in the card, and this race is an allowance optional claiming event, 7 furlongs on the main track, a 3 other than allowance. It's a very, very nice race. I had a tough time going through this race because we see horses that are coming out of Stakes Company, Royal Spa being one of them. It just shows you how difficult this race is, as we have a 9-2 morning line favorite. Is that insane?
How about Happy Soul being 6-1 for Wesley?
Exactly. And Royal Spa, obviously, she comes out of the Matron. Even 2-item saver for Nacho comes out of the Grade 2 Inside Information. All of these, many of these fillies and mares have been going against Stakes Company lately. I am just very intrigued by the 12 Royal Take Charge on the turn back and distance. We'll take you back to her last try here at Keeneland. This wasn't a 1-turn distance. It was actually a mile and an eighth, and it was just a 4-horse field. But it was a local effort for her. She wound up finishing second in this race. Now, she hasn't sprinted since her first race, and that was at Churchill Downs going 7.5 furlongs. And when I look back on her races, I kind of feel like the sprint race, although it was just her first race and her maiden race, it was probably one of her more impressive performances. They thought so highly of her to send her to Delaware in the Delaware Handicap. She had to face the likes of Idiomatic for trainer Brad Cox. That was a very nice field as well. So maybe this is a race to just get her going, but I'm very intrigued by her turning back in distance, and she will be a price in here because of all the other more accomplished fillies and mares. The 6 2-item saver, I kind of want a fresh face in this race versus some of the horses who are coming out of Stakes Company at Oaklawn. 2-item saver comes into this race fresh off of that effort and the Grade 2 Inside Information. But look at her performance the last time that she was at Keeneland. She won by open lengths against an allowance field. She won by 13 lengths the last time she was here. And then the 7 Happy Soul, I think a must include if you're looking to play those exotic wagers, the late pick 4, the late pick 5, just the run that Wesley Ward has been on during the course of the spring meet.
My big idea in this race is unifying the 8 for Riley Mott. She gets off the rail. I don't think she wants to be on the rail. Most horses don't appreciate being down on the inside of runners. And she comes out of tough company, beaten by Red Carpet Ready, Chi-Town Lady, and also was third behind Mary Quite Contrary in the Rampart Stakes. I'm not going to say that this is that much of an easier spot because it is a very difficult allowance race, but unifying, getting off the rail out of Graded Stakes Company with Junior Alvarado and the horses that Riley Mott's pinpointed to bring here at Keeneland and how well they've done, I'll take my shot with unifying in race number 9.
This race is a doozy. It's a doozy. It's really tough. I mean, I could probably, I'm not doing the late pick 4, I could probably use 6 horses in a field of 12. Easy.
And part of that is the featured event, which is wide open as well.
Yep.
It's going to be a good late pick 4, late pick 5 pick six, etc. Our Keeneland Sales Grad Spotlight, race number 2, 2-year-old maiden allowance race, maiden special weight. We have 2 2-year-old races actually to kick off the card, grass race and then the dirt race. And we're turning our attention to the number 7 horse, Burning Pine, for Hat Creek Racing, an $80,000 Keeneland September yearling from just last September, daughter of Nyquist, out of that very productive first dam, Orabella, who's had great success with her 2-year-old runners. Obviously, it's Wesley Ward, but good luck to the entire team at Hat Creek Racing. Heard there's going to be a big crowd.
Good.
Some kids missing school to come out here to watch this filly run. So
that's why we do it, right?
That's right. Burning Pine.
They'll remember today. They might not remember that day at school.
Absolutely.
Send your kids to school, but sometimes certain things are more important.
Exactly. Well put. Clocker report. Let's go to race number 9 and the number 3 horse, Swall. Swall is the focus on the closing day Clocker report. Worked 5 furlongs in a speedy 59-3. That was the best of 30 back on the 20th of April. And training on the main track like she's been on fire since arriving at Keeneland in early April. Finished a length to the good of workmate Grade 2 winner Tony Anna on a 4 furlong bullet work in 46. So a couple of
Well, now there's 7 horses that I need to include in the 9th race.
Swall, the 3 horse.
Did not have that horse.
For
now,
Phil D'Amato.
That's the 7th.
Last win for that filly was up at Golden Gate Fields in November of last year, but she's been pretty consistent as of late.
She's never been on the dirt.
Type.
She's never been on the dirt.
And she's by Ghost Sapper. That should be okay when we look at pedigrees for horses trying something new. Multi-race exotics. Going to start with the late pick 4 here this afternoon. It's just such a good sequence. We've had so many good sequences over the course of this spring meet. And starting in race number 7, straight 3-year-old maidens, maiden special weight, 6 furlongs the distance, 6, 9, and 12. Stinger B, the son of B Jersey, who ran really well last time out at 7-2 on the morning line with Irad. That's the idea with the 6 horse. The number 9 horse, Alcove, the first-time starter for Judmont and Brad Cox, 9-5 morning line favorite. And the 12 horse, where you at, Vince? For Forge Ahead Stables and Wayne Catalano, $125,000 Painter Colt that was purchased as a 2-year-old last year, making his debut for the Catman and Jose Ortiz in the saddle. So he's the long shot idea there in that first leg. Race number 8, the Bewitch Stakes, Grade 3, 4, 5, and 8. We talked at length about that. Becomes a wide open event with no Warlike Goddess. Race 9, 8, 5, and 7, or 5, 7, and 8 in that sequence as far as order is concerned, but the 8 being the top idea in there unifying. And then in the 10th and final race of the day and of the meet, and the Toyota Super High 5 race with that big carryover of $27,000 plus, 2, 3, 8, and 10 to close it out at 1 mile and 3/16 on the turf before we head down to the Keeneland April Horses of Racing Age sale, which starts at 6:30.
All right, I'm going to take us to the turf pick 3, Lady Gaudet of the Lawn.
Let's go.
Let's do it. I thought race 5 was a spread race. I used, 2, 4, 5 horses up there. The 1, Swiss Slang, I thought was really interesting on the rail for trainer Riley Mott. The 2, Iris's Dream, won by 7 lengths the only time that he was on the turf. So I thought another one that you could include. The 4, you can see 8, 10 coverage there. In the 8th race, I just used 2 horses. The top 2 selections for me, it's the 5, Lovely Princess, and the 8, Vergara. Vergara, I think, has the pace edge there. And then we heard from Kenny McPeak saying that this is kind of the schedule for her. She's going to love the 1.5 mile distance from now through the summer. And then we finally get to the final leg of the sequence. It's an allowance race, 1 mile and 3/16, which I'll touch on a little bit more in a minute, as this is my best angle of the day. But I just used the 2, 7, and the 8. Top selection is the 2, Domingo, for Brendan Walsh.
$90, $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Race number 5 is when that popular racing endeavor gets underway.
I love the $3 base because you have to make some hard decisions along the way, but it makes you a little bit more confident with those decisions.
And leads to good payoffs as well. Best angle segment of the show, race number 5, an allowance race at 1 mile and 3/16. And part of that $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, the first leg of it to be certain. Nomos is the 7-2 morning line favorite. I don't know what to do with this colt, in all honesty. I mean, he's a horse that ran well in the With Anticipation, didn't quite come with it in the Bourbon Stakes last fall at the age of 2. What's that? chuck him out. Tough Little Nut, the number 6 horse for Chris Block. This is a wide open race. Tough Little Nut is a colt for Chris Block in Town and Country Farm. Broke his maiden at Hawthorne on debut. They opted to go out of that race last year to a stakes race at Kentucky Downs where he ended up finishing second. And then in his most recent start at the Fairgrounds on the 24th of March, now keep in mind this was his first start of the year, he made steady progress over the course of the mile and a 16th journey, beaten just 3 lengths in the end. He ends up finishing 6th. It's not going to look flashy, finishing 6th last time out. But he has not run a bad race, in my opinion. And at 15-1 on the morning line, going the furthest that he ever has with that late running style that he has displayed in his 2-turn races, I will take my chance with him. And can you make this out? I'm going to play a 50-cent trifecta with Tough Little Nut being the key as far as trying to get a big payoff. But I'll go 2-6-10 over 2-3-5-6-10 over 2-3-5-6-8-10. $24 ticket, 50-cent trifecta. Snap a photo of those numbers and get after it in race number 5.
Hunch bet of the day.
Tough Little Nut. Yeah, you
brought
delivered
some
the
nuts
salty
today.
nuts.
Yeah. Maybe
Mixed
you can celebrate with that. I'm going to take us to the 10th and final race.
What are you pointing at over here? Tupperware full of mixed nuts.
Yes, exactly. It's a hunch bet of the day. I happened to bring mixed nuts this morning. Okay, 10th and final race. Domingo is the 3-1 favorite. I don't know. I'm going to go out with a bang here.
I'm really confident in this.
No, there are some stats, some data points. I know how you feel about data points.
We love data.
I love data. It helps me paint a clearer picture here. Positive ROI with Brendan Walsh last out, with winners breaking their maiden on the turf, and with maidens breaking their maiden in turf routes. There we go.
It is.
I finally
connected
got
the dots.
And this is a look at his last race. It was his second time on the turf. His other race on the turf was in his debut over good listed ground, but it all came together for him last time out. Luis Saez delivering a perfect ride here, just kind of angling out into the clear, asking this horse at the right time so he was in a position to succeed at the top of the lane and going on from there and winning by a half length in the end. So that's how I kind of deciphered some of the stats. I like him. Brendan Walsh has had a very strong meet so far, so hopefully he can get another one. And the nightcap, the 7, Michaelicious is my second selection, but that doesn't matter. We're going to do $20 to win on the 2.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot pick of the day.
We will go to the last race and go to the 7th horse, Michaelicious. Now, this horse has competed against some good 3-year-olds at Oaklawn Park. Now gets to run on the grass for the first time, and from a pedigree standpoint, that's what he's bred to be best on. And it's Mike Maker, and he won the last race on the turf on Wednesday. So, Michaelicious for Mike Maker.
Thank you, Tom. Great stuff throughout the entire spring meet. As always, Tom Leach, Gabby, well done. Let's get it done for this closing day. And we say this every meet. We love what we get a chance to do.
Yes.
And be here at Keeneland and cover these great horses at Keeneland Racecourse each and every race meet. But we love the people as much, if not more, that we get a chance to work with. Philip Richardson and your team here at Keeneland are just a great pleasure and so committed to putting out the absolute best possible show that we can do every day here. So to Philip and Isaac and the entire team, there's so many to name. We appreciate you and being patient with us, and especially this one.
Especially me. Running late, getting my picks in, like 2 minutes out. We appreciate you. And it's just, no matter what kind of day you're having, if you're walking around the track, the people are so pleasant here. They take their job so seriously, but at the same time have a lot of fun. I'm just happy to be a part of it.
Happy to be your partner. Enjoy closing day at Keeneland. When the spring meet ends, summer success begins. Buy, sell, fresh winners, hot prospects. One night, one chance. Finish strong. Don't miss out. The Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age Sale. Friday, April 26th.
This is a Toyota Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max.
The interior design is so tech-focused, I'm in total control.
And you've got to love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here, with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Step up to something grand.
Toyota, let's go places.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
The energy at Keeneland Book One is unlike any other sale that you'll go to.
It is the marketplace.
The center of the horse universe.
It's electric. You can't replicate the urgency that's at Keeneland September.
Quality in quantity. Keeneland September Book One, every breeder's dream.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Keeneland welcomes songwriter Devin Hale to the paddock. Devin is an Ashland, Kentucky native and the proud son of late Kentucky public educator Jackie Blackburn. Devin currently resides in Lexington. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Michelle Camacho Hernandez with Parking and Traffic as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Michelle. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time now for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions for this final day of the spring meet. Main track is listed fast. The turf is firm, rail at 0 feet on the turf course. Final day of the meet, so mandatory payouts where the pick 5s and the pick 6 and so on are concerned. The Toyota Super High 5. Double pick 3 and early pick 5 wagering. That's where we begin in the first race today. And in the opener, scratch number 12, Poudagou. That's in the first race, scratch number 12, Poudagou. The jockey for number 8, Bois Blanc, will be Luan Machado. That's number 8, Bois Blanc, the jockey, Luan Machado. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Scratch number 2, Blistering. Again, scratch number 2, Blistering. Jockey change, number 4, Spun Lovin'. That'll be Tyler Gaffalione. Number 4, Spun Lovin', the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. Overweight, the 7, Burning Pine, the jockey, 2 pounds over. 7, Burning Pine, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Third race, scratch number 8, Esme. Scratch number 10, Echo Foxtrot. Scratch the 12, Scarletta. That's in the third race. Scratch number 8, Esme. Scratch number 10, Echo Foxtrot. Scratch the 12, Scarletta. Jockey change on the 11, Super Stormy. Make the jockey, Luan Machado. That's the 11, Super Stormy, Luan Machado, the jockey. The weight is +1. Fourth race, no changes. Race 5, that's where the pick 6 gets underway. No carryover, again, mandatory payout, final day of the spring meet. Keeneland Turf Pick 3 also gets underway in race 5, and that wager made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In race 5, scratch number 11, Good Bally. Scratch number 11, Good Bally. Jockey change for number 9, Ode to Ballius, and that'll be Axel Concepcion. That's race 5, number 9, Ode to Ballius. The jockey, Axel Concepcion. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Jockey change for number 8, Chance. That'll be Joel Rosario. That's race 6, number 8, Chance. Make the jockey, Joel Rosario. Seventh race starts the late pick 4. Scratch number 4, Schwartzmeyer. That's race 7. Scratch number 4, Schwartzmeyer. Please note there's a jockey change for number 1, Troubles Roaring, jockey to be announced. It's number 1, Troubles Roaring, jockey change to be announced. Featured 8th race, the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales. Scratch number 2, Queen's Command. Scratch number 6, Warlike Goddess. And scratch the 7, Command and Control. That's the featured 8th race. Scratch number 2, Queen's Command. Scratch number 6, Warlike Goddess. Scratch number 7, Command and Control. There's a jockey change on number 3, Tower Bridge. That'll be John Velasquez. Number 3, Tower Bridge, the jockey, John Velasquez. 9th race, no changes. 10th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $27,787. Mandatory payout today. And in that 10th race, overweight, number 9, Magic Heart. The jockey, 1 pound over. That's the 10th race, number 9, Magic Heart. Jockey, 1 pound over. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy closing day, Kurt Becker. And for those of you joining us for this 10-race card, as we will get underway at 12:30 in order to wrap it up and get down to the sales pavilion, because we've got the Keeneland April sale coming up this evening as well. Looking forward to that. But, Gabby, This is a day which provides mandatory payouts in all of the multi-race exotics.
Yep.
We've got a Toyota Super High 5 carryover over $27,000 in the nightcap. Mandatory payout there, and a very now wide open featured event, the Bewitch Grade 3 with Warlike Goddess being scratched out of this race.
It was unfortunate. I was really looking forward to seeing her win this race for 4 consecutive years, but she is out of the race, and I think it opens the door to the possibility of any horse in there winning. I think Vergara, the 8 for Trainer Grant Motion, is going to take some attention coming out of those graded stakes races. The 5 Lovely Princess for Kenny McPeak should get some attention, as well as the 1 Chop Chop, who I still, at this point in time in her 4-year-old season, I feel like they're still trying to figure her out.
Yeah, going to try to at a distance here today that she's never been tested at. It might be something that works, but worth a shot when running against graded stakes company here at Keeneland on closing day. Enjoy it. It's going to be a beautiful afternoon, and right after the races, join us down in the sales pavilion for the Keeneland April sale. But first, 10 glorious races here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Overweight in Keeneland's second race. Race 2, the 6 Mariposa de Pista, the jockey 1 pound over. That is Keeneland's second race. Please note, number 6, Mariposa de Pista, jockey 1 pound over.
2-year-old races to kick off the day. We are 18 minutes out, and I decided to go with a little bit of a price here, and that's the 6 Goth, the first time starting filly, a filly by More Than Ready, as Street Cry on the bottom side. And I just thought on both sides of the family, it's kind of interesting to see her debut here sprinting on the turf. And Mike Maker, we don't see him debut a ton of 2-year-olds, at least at Keeneland during the spring meet. So I do think that when that's the scenario, when that is the case, they're pretty well meant. So the 6 Goth will be the top selection for me. Again, a daughter by More Than Ready, but also is a half filly or a half sister, I should say, to a winner on the turf as well. And that filly, the half sibling, actually was pretty quick. So you always like to see that quickness, especially when we're talking about a turf sprint. So she's the top pick. The 7 Saturday Flirt. Wesley Ward, he needs no introduction. He bred this filly. He owns this filly. He trains this filly. So he's definitely well-versed with the ability of this filly. The 7 Saturday Flirt, she's a filly by Mendelssohn. Again, when you look at the pedigree, it definitely suggests that she'll do well sprinting on the turf. The mare, Wesley, also trained. She won first time out. She actually went on to be graded stakes place sprinting on the turf. And this filly is a half to a winner as well. So I always like to see that. And she looks like she's been putting forth some bullet drills in the morning as well. The number 5, Biv, is going to be the final horse that I'll talk about here in the Paddock. And she comes from a winning dam. There's no siblings to have raced, but she was actually, I believe, entered a couple days ago, or maybe last week, for John Hancock, and he opted to run this filly on the turf versus the dirt. She's a filly by Del Marchelier, and clearly has some turf pedigree there out of that Vivian B. mare, who was a winner. And again, John Hancock, Wesley Ward, these are some of the connections that you just really have to consider in each and every one of these 2-year-old races, because they're all well meant. They want to win these 2-year-old races during the springtime at Keeneland. So I'll take a closer look at some of these horses as they go trackside, and we'll report on how they're looking in just a minute.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Overbrook maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, the rail at 0 feet. Scratch number 12, Poudagou. Again, scratch the 12, Poudagou. Jockey for number 8, Bois Blanc, will be Luan Machado. Number 8, Bois Blanc. Luan Machado, the jockey. Double pick 3, start of the early pick 5, firm turf, fast track, 7 minutes to post.
Looking at some of these fillies warming up on track prior to their first race today, the 4 flip-flops, I liked her best. I just thought she is a very well put together filly. You can see her, she looks bright, she looks focused. Her ears are flicking around a little bit, and she is trying to, settle down a little bit, but she looks phenomenal out there. You can just see her staring off into the abyss. You always like to see that, especially with 2-year-olds. It's a sign of intelligence, and I just like the way her fitness is and how she's behaving this afternoon as well. Jose Ortiz aboard for the Connections. Now, we haven't really had a lot of any experience in seeing the progeny there of War of Will, but I do think he's going to be a nice stallion moving forward just because he is the son of Warfront. He was able to win on multiple surfaces, and this filly is out of Sandal. And if you look at the second generation, the second dam was graded stakes place. She made over $250,000 on the turf. So all signs point to this filly being live today. The number 6 Goth, my top selection when I was handicapping this race, she looks like a powerful filly. You can see how strong she is in her hindquarters. You can see how strong she is in her shoulder as well. She does look like a sprinter, and she looks like a racy little thing as well. So I anticipate a good performance from her. The 6 Goth in here, one to pay attention to. And then I'll throw in a big long shot, the 8 Bois Blanc here, a first-time starter by First Samurai. I just thought she had a really nice way about her today. She is on her toes. She's looking around. She looks very rounded out in her hindquarters. You like to see that power when they're sprinting, especially sprinting on the turf. And I do see that with her here today. So maybe another horse to maybe throw into the mix. She's 33-1. I've seen crazier things happen, especially in these 2-year-old races. See how it all plays out as all the money is going to the 7 Saturday Flirt as your 4-5 favorite for trainer Wesley Ward.
The horses have reached the starting. The horses have reached the starting. Horses. The Overbrook, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line for the first. Reason for the delay, the board had incorrectly shown 6 minutes until post. It is now post time, and the gate load will get underway shortly for race 1. Window still open. Moving in for the first. Flip-Flops comes forward. Bois Blanc moves into line. Here is Biv. Her Holy Name goes in. Baytown Storm coming forward. And Cotillard in line at the post, and they are off. Goth was off a step slowly. There goes match 5. There goes Flip-Flops out for the early lead. Look at My Buckle. Moves up from third, now second to the inside. Rio de Paz is away fourth. Cotillard on the far outside is in fifth. Her Holy Name is in sixth between horses. And then Bois Blanc, who's seventh, the lane off the rail into the far turn. Saturday Flirt is eighth toward the inside and is running 8 lengths off the lead. Baytown Storm is ninth. Then a gap of nearly 10 more back to the trailers. Biv and Goth. 21.89 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Look at My Buckle. Match 5, 1-2 separated by a neck around the far turn. Flip-Flops will have to go to the far outside third. Cotillard is between horses in fourth. Her Holy Name down to the inside now in fifth is running 5 from the lead. Saturday Flirt has to swing out to the center of the course. Saturday Flirt is still 6 lengths away. Flip-Flops and Saturday Flirt and Bois Blanc are all coming forward. Look at My Buckle is there toward the inside. Saturday Flirt has clear running right down the center of the course. Bois Blanc tries to go with her. Saturday Flirt drifting out wide. Bois Blanc to the inside. It is Saturday Flirt. Iran Ortiz Jr. to win it. Bois Blanc was home second, and then Flip-Flops was across the line in third.
Well, your leading trainer and your leading jockey as it stands in race 1 on closing day. They pick up another win with the number 7, Saturday Flirt. She kind of dropped behind the field in the early stages. Took her a while to get her feet underneath of her and get going. But, man, she did get going indeed to get up here at even money over the 8, who ran a bang-up race, 28-1 on that second-place finisher. The 4 Flip-Flops rounding out the trifecta. 7-8-4 in the opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 7, Saturday Flirt, was first. Number 8, Bois Blanc, was second. Number 4, Flip-Flops, third. Number 2, Look at My Buckle, fourth. 7-8-4-2 unofficial. First race results official. 7-8-4-2, the official results. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the Overbrook, the official winner, number 7, Saturday Flirt. The winner owned and trained and bred in Kentucky by Wesley Ward, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Saturday Flirt, a 2-year-old filly by Mendelssohn, out of Dragic by Broken Vow. 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 3.25 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Overbrook Trophy presentation to the connections of Saturday Flirt. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. The main track is listed fast, the turf firm today. In race 2, scratch number 2, Blistering. Again, scratch number 2, Blistering. A reminder, the jockey for the 4, Spun Lovin', Tyler Gaffalione. Number 4, Spun Lovin', the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Couple of overweights, the 6, Mariposa de Pista, the jockey 1 pound over. And number 7, Burning Pine, the jockey 2 pounds over.
Well, Wesley Ward, Irad Ortiz take the opener, and we'll see if Wesley Ward can take the early double, the number 7 Burning Pine. This filly by Nyquist he sends out. They picked her up for $80,000 at the Keeneland September sale as a yearling. And she has a really nice pedigree. She's a half to horses like Louder Than Bombs. Louder Than Bombs actually was a 4-time winner on the turf. It did win a race in the synthetic. It was a multiple stakes place, actually a stakes winner. Also a half to a horse by the name of Neat, who was a grade 3 winner, actually won the Transylvania here in the beginning of the meet. Neat, sent out by Rob Atras. So there is a very nice pedigree behind the number 7 Burning Pine. And I say this often, I'll say it again. It's Wesley Ward at the spring meet, and it's a 2-year-old race. You always have to take note. And the betting public obviously taking note at even money. The number 5, Baytown Boo Boo, will be the second selection for me because I think he got a little bit of fitness out of that debut performance. I always like to see horses show the ability to break sharply out of the gate in these 2-year-old races, and he did do that. He swapped over to the wrong lead, and then he faded to finish 5th in that field of 8. But I do think that with that one race under the belt, he can maybe take a step forward against this group of primarily first-time starters today. The number 4, Spun Levin, will be the third selection for me. To me, at least looking at the pedigree, looking at some of the workouts, this kind of looks like the other Wesley Ward horse in here. Do take note that Tyler Gaffalione picks up the mount on the 4, Spun Levin, but she's a very nice-looking filly by Hard Spun. She's out of a Street Cry mare. They bought this horse for $36,000 out of the Keeneland January sale last year in 2023. And again, really consistent work tab. And I usually, when we see Wesley have 2 horses, enter 2 horses in a 2-year-old race, at the end of the day, usually one of them scratches. So I do think it's telling that both of these horses wind up in this race because maybe that's a sign of them having equal ability. And right now, you're getting a better price on the 4, Spun Levin, at 5-2. Really interested to get a closer look at some of these horses as they go trackside, and we'll report back in just a few minutes, 15 minutes out from race 2. Again, kicking off that early pick 4 sequence, pick 3 wagering also available. Good luck.
Looking ahead on today's Keeneland card, a couple of overweights to report in Keeneland's 6th race. Number 3, Baltazar, jockey 2 pounds over. That's race 6, number 3, Baltazar, the jockey 2 pounds over. The featured 8th race, the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales, overweight number 9, Tick 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 Boom, jockey 2 pounds over. That's the 8th race, number 9, Tick 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 Boom, the jockey 2 pounds over. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. The Mallory, maiden special weight, 2-year-olds on the Headley course. 4.5 furlongs, track listed fast. Scratched the 2 Blistering, number 2 Blistering scratched. A reminder, the jockey for the 4, Spun Lovin', Tyler Gaffalione. Tyler Gaffalione rides the 4, Spun Lovin'. Couple of overweights, the 6 Mariposa de Pista, 1 pound over. The 7 Burning Pine, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Double pick 3, start of the early pick 4. Fast track, firm turf today, post time of 5 minutes.
Another 2-year-old race to look forward to, and we'll start the conversation trackside with the number 7 Burning Pine. She really looks like the filly to beat against this group today. She just physically looks well prepared. She looks very fit coming into today, and she was also acting very professionally in the paddock as well. She also has a lot of good energy, not to say that she's quiet by any means. She just is acting professional. She's on her toes. She has good energy. Right now kind of tossing her head there and giving Joel Rosario a little bit of a tough time, but no, she looks very well on the track today, and she looks very well prepared, as they always do coming out of the Wesley Ward barn at this time of year. The 4 Spun Lovin' is the other one for trainer Wesley Ward. She's this 2-year-old filly by Hard Spun, and she's got a completely different physical build than his other horse in here. The other horse is kind of a long, elegant type of build, and she is just stocky and very strong. So, I think both of these horses are very capable. They look very good on the track. This horse, I would like to see maybe get a good warm up and kind of wake her up a little bit on the track today. But they both look great. I would say I physically prefer the 7 a little bit over the 4, just in terms of their readiness as a first-time starter. But, I probably expect big things from this filly in the near future. And then the 1, Spirit Rags, outside of the Wesley Ward horses, this was the one horse that caught my eye. She's just he is a very big, lanky son of Union Rags. He's big in size, and that's kind of surprising considering that he is an April foal, but kind of a late foal. Sometimes horses take a little bit more time to mature and get into themselves, but physically he's very big. He's an attractive horse. Now, sometimes that can be problematic when you draw the rail in these baby races. Bigger horses in the starting gate, sometimes it takes them a couple of starts to break sharply, and you obviously always need a quick break in order to win these 2-year-old races. But just as a physical, I did like what I saw from the 1 Spirit Rag. So we'll see what he can do. He's 11-1 on the board right now, as the money goes to the number 7 Burning Pine, this first-time starter for Wesley Ward, at 4-5.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Mallory, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Burning Pine goes in. Here's Sergeant Caps. Spun Lovin', Baytown Bullet. Baytown Boo Boo. La Marinera will be the last to load. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Burning Pine. Burning Pine right out for the lead. La Marinera there. Sergeant Caps up close. And then Spun Lovin', who's away running in 4th. Baytown Boo Boo is 5th. Baytown Bullet is 6th. Then a break of nearly 5 more lengths back to the 2 trailers. Spirit Rags, who tries to catch up down along the rail next to last. And Mariposa de Pista is last. Burning Pine is the leader, chased by La Marinera. 1 length separates the top 2, just over a quarter mile to go off the far turn. A gap of 5 lengths back to Sergeant Caps in 3rd. Baytown Boo Boo is 4th. Swings out to the center of the track. Spun Lovin' is in 5th position. Burning Pine, the leader. La Marinera is there on the outside. A length separates the top 2 into the final furlong. And Burning Pine has not been asked for much here as jockey Joel Rosario comes by the 16th pole with a widening lead. With Burning Pine, a successful debut. Burning Pine wins it. La Marinera crosses the line in 2nd, be close for 3rd. It will either be Sergeant Caps or Baytown Boo Boo for 3rd.
Well, that was an impressive performance. Joel Rosario barely moved a muscle. He felt the presence from the 9 coming on the outside, but he had so much confidence in the ability of his filly, barely moving a muscle here, looking between his legs at any of the competition coming. There was no competition coming here, Joel. She won this easily and wrapped up pretty much during the stretch run. That's how easy it was. She actually just swapped leads there in the late stages of the race, but that was because it was so effortless for her. Very impressive performance by this first-time starting daughter of Nyquist, the 7, Burning Pine, an absolute romp in race 2.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race, number 7, Burning Pine, was first. Number 9, La Marinera, was second. Number 3, Sergeant Caps, was third. Number 5, Baytown Boo Boo, fourth. 7935, unofficial. Race 2, results official, 7935. The official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the official winner of the Mallory, number 7, Burning Pine. Owned by Hat Creek Racing of Gatewood Bell, trained by Wesley Ward, who goes back-to-back to start the card. The winning jockey, newly voted into the Hall of Fame, Joel Rosario. Burning Pine, a 2-year-old filly by Nyquist out of Orabella by More Than Ready, bred in Kentucky by Hidden Brook Farm and Spruce Lane Farm. Keeneland September graduate Burning Pine, 4.5 furlongs the Headley course, 52.17 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Mallory Trophy presentation to the connections of Burning Pine. Keeneland's third race upcoming. The turf is firm. The rail at 0 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. A reminder, scratch number 8, Esme. Also scratch number 10, Echo Foxtrot. And scratch the 12, Scarletta. Jockey for the 11, Super Stormy, Luan Machado. That's the 11, Super Stormy, Luan Machado, the jockey, the weight +1.
Race 3 is up next, and this field will be heading back out to the firm turf course at the distance of 1 mile. It's a first level allowance race, and the number 2, Mrs. Astor, I thought was in many ways the filly to beat in this race. She comes out of a troubled trip last time out when she shortened up and came off the layoff at Santa Anita. She was going the flat mile, and she found herself down on the inside, and that's usually the trip that you want. You want a ground-saving trip on the turf, but sometimes it doesn't work out for you because you have to run into horses who are going in the wrong direction, and that kind of seemed to be the case with this filly last time out. When she went to go make her move, she kept on getting into a log jam each and every time coming down the stretch. So hopefully she can steer clear of those traffic troubles today, still sit that pocket trip, and come with her closing run, because I do think she's got a lot of class. I love this distance for her because of that acceleration and the turn of foot that we see from her in the afternoon. She just has to have a little bit of racing luck. The number 9 horse, excellent question, is a horse that I like cutting back in distance today. So Brendan Walsh stretched her out to the 1.16 last time out. She's only had limited starts on the turf, but her best race was when she did go the flat mile here at Keeneland. So what is she doing today? She's going the flat mile at Keeneland once again. She got an honest pace to close into that day when she broke her maiden, but she showed a lot of grit and tenacity in getting up to just win by a nose, and that acceleration, that surge that we saw from her in the late stages of the race, I thought was visually impressive. My only concern is, does she get that set up today? What does the pace look like? In my opinion, doesn't look like that quick of a pace, but the pace might be able to come back to her depending on what the 3, New Rome, does. New Rome is going to be the 3rd selection for me here because of her pace presence. Now, some people might like her off of those back-to-back wins down at Gulfstream Park. I thought those races were a little bit on the lighter side in terms of the class and the competition. This is a whole new can of worms. You look at horses in here that have gone against stakes company, graded stakes company. This is not the starter allowance fields that she has been racing against. But that said, what makes her strong and a big threat in this race is her natural speed. She's very quick, and I don't know that anybody can run with her early. So we could see a situation where she could go in uncontested gate to wire fashion and pull away with this win. We'll see what Tyler Gaffalione decides to do, but this is a filly with a lot of natural speed and looking for 3 wins in a row, as she is your current 2-1 favorite. We're 13 minutes out from race 3. Best of luck.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's 7th race. In race 7, the jockey for number 1, Troubles Roaring. That'll be Joel Rosario. 7th race, number 1, Troubles Roaring. Joel Rosario will be the jockey. A reminder that in that 7th race, number 4, Schwartzmeyer, is a scratch. Again, a reminder, in that 7th race, number 4, Schwartzmeyer is a scratch. Rosario now rides the 1, Troubles Roaring. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Slip Away, and allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. 1 mile over the turf listed firm rail at 0 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. A reminder, scratch number 8, Esme. Also scratch number 10, Echo Foxtrot. And scratch the 12, Scarletta. Jockey for the 11 Super Stormy, Luan Machado. 11 Super Stormy, Luan Machado, the jockey. The weight is +1. Post time is 7 minutes.
Well, the 2 horses that are taking the most money, the 2 and the 3, they looked great on the track. So we'll talk about some horses that offer a better price. The number 5, Pilates Sisters, sent out by trainer Graham Motion. This horse just looks really fresh off the layoff. I like her energy. I like how she's behaving this afternoon. It's not always easy to get a horse ready off of an extended layoff, and that's the case with her. The last time we saw her was in February of 2023, but I do like what I'm seeing from her. You can see her now breaking away from the pony under Luis Saez, and really good energy that I'm seeing from her. Another layer to this as to why maybe she could be a decent priced horse in here is that she might be the only horse that could keep the pace honest. Again, the 3 looks like the controlling speed, but this filly, she's not slow. In fact, when she broke her maiden, she went going wire to wire. And then in her last race of the year, last year at Tampa, she was poorly placed behind a quickly run race at Tampa Bay Downs. So maybe she could be forward and pull off an upset at 10-1. And then the 6, Under Advisement, another filly that I thought looked really well on the track today for trainer Rusty Arnold. She's only been given the opportunity to run on the turf once before, and that was sprinting 5.5 furlongs. She seems like a much better horse going long. In fact, the only start going long was at Turfway recently, back in February, where she closed to finish second. she looks like a two-turn turf horse, and that's exactly what she gets today. It just kind of seems like a logical spot for her, a perfect spot for her. Maybe at the end of the day, it's going to be a class test, but another one that I think can outrun her odds looking well on the track at 14-1 is the 6 Under Advisement. Really interesting group of fillies and mares. We'll see how it all shakes out in 3 minutes. Race 3 is next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Slipaway. Moving into line, race 3. New Rome goes in. Now here's Excellent Question coming forward along with Right Now. Super Stormy, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Pilates Sisters for the lead with New Rome. New Rome, Pilates Sisters under advisement there to the far outside. And Saki comes away running in fourth. Still a battle for the lead. New Rome's got the advantage now. Pilates Sisters now backs away to the second position into the turn. Under advisement will go third. Saki scoots over next to the rail in fourth to save some ground. Super Stormy, not so fortunate. Had to go 3 wide, now double wide around the first turn. Moves up to challenge for third. Further back, Excellent Question toward the center of the pack. A lane off the rail in the sixth position. It is followed by Melania, who is seventh down toward the inside right now, and then Mrs. Astor, who's last and running 9 lengths off the lead as they head up the backstretch. That first quarter, 23.34 seconds. New Rome is the leader, leads at 3/4 of a length. Under advisement, second a length to Super Stormy, and then Pilates Sisters, who's against the rail, moves up, takes third by a neck, gap of 2 more lengths. Excellent Question is fifth by a neck to the outside of Saki, and then Melania, Mrs. Astor, who's toward the outside of the far turn, still 7 off the lead, and right now is the trailer. The first half half mile, 47.64 seconds. New Rome leads. Midway on the turn, New Rome is on top, leads it by 3 lengths now, but Pilates Sisters has moved up 2 more spots against the rail, goes to second, quarter mile to go, then under advisement, Saki back toward the inside, Super Stormy, an excellent question. An excellent question comes down the far outside. Pilates Sisters is now between horses. Saki's diving to the inside. They've got to catch New Rome. Here's Saki up the inside. Excellent question from the outside. Pilates Sisters there. New Rome is fighting on. Excellent question keeps running on. So does Saki. Excellent question in front. Late run Mrs. Astor. Excellent question. Irad Ortiz Jr. to win it.
Irad Ortiz Jr. with another win to the tally, and this was an awesome ride. He just circled the field at the top of the stretch and just kind of paying attention to those 3 horses towards his inside. You can see him taking a little bit of a peek over to see which horses had the most punch in the late stages of this race, but he had so much horse underneath of him, and she guided him to the finish line. The number 9, Excellent Question, your unofficial winner of the 3rd race at 7-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 3rd race. Number 9, Excellent Question, finished first. Number 2, Mrs. Astor, second. Number 5, Pilates Sisters, third. Number 7, Saki, fourth. 9257, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 3rd race, the slip away, number 9, Excellent Question. owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, owned by Laura Lee Stable of Butch Lunsford, owned also by Gary Finder, and Cambron Equine LLC of Tim and Anna Cambron. The trainer, Brendan Walsh, 2 wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr., the winning jockey. Excellent question, 4-year-old filly by Speightstown out of Sweet Sue by Lemon Drop Kid, winner bred in Kentucky by West Wind Farms and Speightstown Syndicate. Keeneland September graduate gets the 1 mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 35.35 seconds, and the results now official. 9:257, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Slipaway Trophy presentation, Lee and Michael from the Keeneland Maintenance Department make the presentation to the Connections of Excellent Question. Keeneland's 4th race upcoming. The main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering are featured here. No changes in the 4th race.
Race 4 is up next, 17 minutes out from this maiden special weight for fillies, 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs on the main track, and the 5-horse Barbara T is where I go, and as does the betting public, opening up at 7-5 is your favorite. I was just really impressed by this filly's debut performance. It was back in the summer of last year at Del Mar. She drew the rail that day. She was quick enough out of the stalls to make the lead, and then unfortunately she just got nailed on the finish line there at 20-1. But clearly she was a well-meant first-time starter. They obviously have stopped on her since then, but some of her workouts off the layoff seem to have been solid and impressive. So she returns today, the daughter of Army Mule, given Lasix for the first time and sent out by Michael McCarthy, who has solid stats with these types of layoffs and returning, especially in sprint races. Flavian Pratt will be aboard today. The number 2, Barb Taraj, another horse that's coming in off of a lengthy layoff. We haven't seen her since the spring of last year right here at Keeneland when she debuted for trainer Wesley Ward, and maybe today's the day that we see Wesley win 3 on today's card, as he's already has 2 winners so far. Johnny Velasquez gets the call for this filly, and he was actually aboard first time out as well. And this is a horse that actually lost to Bright Work, a very well-meant first-time starter. Crimson Advocate was also in that race. Some really nice fillies that she faced in that debut. And again, she's going to be fit and ready to go off the layoff, as Wesley Ward knows how to prepare these horses off of extended layoffs. And then finally, the number 7, Tirupati, a first-time starter for trainer Jonathan Thomas, a filly by Matoli out of a Street Sense mare. She looks like she's had some steady works, and some of her gate workouts have been strong as well. This just comes from a nice family. She seems to have a precocious bloodline here as well, and she looks like a classy little runner there in the paddock too. So curious to get a closer look at her as they go postward. We'll get a closer look at all of these contenders and report trackside in just a few moments.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Candy Meadows Maiden Special Fillies and Mares age 3 and up. 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. No changes in the fourth. Post time in 8 minutes.
We'll look at some higher-priced horses on the board right now, and the 4D- is one of them, a 4-year-old filly by Coastline. She's a California bred, and I actually really liked what I saw from this filly. She's massive in size. You can see how long her legs are, how long her back is, too. She is just overall a very big, attractive-looking filly, and she's also fast. Sometimes you don't always see that be the case. She obviously didn't get out of the gate very well first time out, but she came back in her subsequent 2 races to show a lot of gate speed from those inside post positions. So she looks like she's headed in the right direction, and she looks like she's coming into this race with fitness under the belt. We'll take another look at the number 7, Tirupati, a first-time starter by Matoli, and she just looks really fresh today. She was getting a good warm-up there under jockey Jose Ortiz, and I'm happy to see this strong warm-up because sometimes you got to get a little bit of that extra energy out of you, and you can see she definitely has a lot of built-up energy in her. So good warm-up, I think, is critical for her today, but she looks great. She just has a lot of confidence and a nice air about her this afternoon, this first-time starter coming out of the Jonathan Thomas barn. So we'll see what she can do at 6-1, but they're making the betting public is making your favorite, the number 5, Barbara T, at 9-5. We are 5 minutes away from the 4th. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Candy Meadows. Moving into line, race 4. Pontresina goes into the gate. Now American Fairy Tale. Here's D-. Touring with Netta. Barbara T comes forward. Satin Blue, the last one. Going in. They're at the post. And they're off. Touring with Netta broke alertly. D- American Fairy Tale right there. Barbara T. Barb Taraj down to the inside. D- Barbara T. They go 1-2 up the backstretch. American Fairy Tale third. Tirapati fourth. Barb Taraj is up close fifth down to the inside. Satin Blue far outside is in sixth. Tirapati had to check there. Drop back toward the seventh position. Joined at the back of the pack by Touring with Netta, who broke well but now is running some 7 lengths off the lead. And she has Pontresina moving up 1 spot to her inside. Risky Shot next to last, and Corey Felice is the trailer. D- got the opening quarter, 22.81 seconds. D- leading Barbara T, but only by a neck around the far turn. And then Satin Blue is third up on the outside. Barb Taraj is fourth toward the inside, still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 4 more to American Fairy Tale. They turn for home. Barbara T, the leader. Barbara T chased by Satin Blue. Barb Taraj has to change lanes to the far outside. D- drops back. American Fairy Tale. Then Tirapati sixth toward the inside. Final furlong. Barbara T, a widening 5-6 length lead. Barbara T kicking clear into the final 16th. Back to Satin Blue, Tirapati, American Fairy Tale on the outside fourth. All well behind Barbara T, Flavian Pratt to win it. Satin Blue second, Tirapati up the inside for third, and then American Fairy Tale fourth.
Barbara T comes off that lengthy layoff with a splash today. Look at this performance. She just absolutely barreling down the stretch right here. Her ears are pinned back. She wanted to win this thing today, and she won it very impressively in the end, just widening that margin of victory. You could see Flavian Pratt kind of looking behind him. Where are the other horses? Well, they are well far behind you, Flavian. This was an easy victory. The 5, Barbara T, your winner of race 4, 5, a distanced second. The 10, 7, and 8 come in underneath.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: number 5, Barbara T, was first. Number 10, Satin Blue, second. Number 7, Tirapati, third. Number 8, American Fairy Tale, fourth. 5, 10, 7, 8, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Candy Meadows, number 5, Barbara T, owned by the Warnick stable of Michael Warnick, owned also by Joseph Hinkhouse, trained by Michael McCarthy. Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Barbara T, 3-year-old daughter of Army Mule out of Alternative Energy by Cantheros. Winner bred in Kentucky by Elevage 2 LLC and St. Elias Stables LLC. Keeneland September graduate Barbara T gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 10.36 seconds, and the results are now official. 5, 10, 7, 8, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Candy Meadows trophy presentation to the connections of Barbara T. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, the turf-listed firm, rail at 0 feet today. In race 5, scratch the 11 Good Bally. Scratch number 11, Good Bally. Jockey for the 9, Ode to Ballius, will be Axel Concepcion. The jockey for number 9, Ode to Ballius, Axel Concepcion. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6 with no carryover. Also started the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. A reminder, mandatory payouts today. Final day of the spring meet. Start of the pick 6 on the way, race 5.
really nice race coming up next. Race 5, they'll be heading out to the turf course. Turf listed as firm at 1 mile and 3/16 for this first level allowance race. This is a competitive group, and this race does kick off that pick 6. It also kicks off the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 sequence, and I did feel that you needed to have some coverage. We'll take a look at that pick 3 in a minute, but let's go through some of the top selections here. The 8, Thomas Aquinas, is my top selection for trainer Ian Wilkes, and this horse comes out of an off-the-turf event last time out down at Gulfstream Park. He was just kind of getting by on that surface. The race didn't really set up for him. I don't think he does his best running on the Tapeta. He is clearly a turf horse. When you look at his turf races, they're very good. He finished second narrowly in 2 of those races, and then he would go on to win right here at Keeneland in the fall of last year at the mile distance. So he is a horse that is quick. He doesn't need the lead, but he certainly will find himself forwardly placed at this distance. He's the top pick at 7-2. That just shows you how difficult this race is, as we have a 7-2 favorite. The number 1, Swiss Slang, is the second horse that I want to talk about. Big, beautiful looking son of Summerfront in the paddock for trainer Riley Mott. I'm going in this direction at a price because he's just doing well. It took him a start to figure things out. They dropped him in class to the $35,000 level. He won that race, and then they came back to win starter races down at Gulfstream. This will be the first time he goes back to the turf since his debut, but I just think he's a different horse right now. He's 3 for 4 lifetime. He knows how to win. He likes to win. He's not slow. He looks like one of those horses that should be just fine with the stretch out and distance, and I think he's very intriguing at double-digit odds right now. The number 10 horse, Nomos. He's one of those horses that I didn't really have a strong opinion on, so I kind of just threw him up there in 3rd because I was scared that it was Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz Jr. The distance might be the difference maker for this horse, because his last race at Gulfstream Park, although it was a good field, he was just kind of one-paced. The only really impressive performance we saw from him was when he won in his first race, and he won that race. He dominated. He beat 8 other horses in that field, and he won by 4 lengths. But since then, I feel like he's been a little bit disappointing. So the Connection's trying several different things with him. You know, they tried him getting back to the main track. They tried him again on the turf recently. They tried to give him Lasix. They've just tried several different things to try to see what will make him tick. And at the end of the day, this distance might be preferred just because of his running style. He's one-paced. He doesn't have a lot of gears. And usually horses like with that type of profile do better when they can stretch out on the turf. But I just not have a confident opinion on him, or a strong opinion on him. And I think that's kind of the same case with the betting public. He's just kind of a chilly 9-2 second choice right now on the board, but of course the Connections always deserve respect. I want to touch on the 6, Tough Little Nut here, as this horse is Scott Hazelton's top selection, and this horse looks really good in the paddock today. He wanted to take a swing with this horse just because he thought that, this horse kind of needed the race last time out, didn't really set up for him. And he also is a horse that possesses very little early speed. It's kind of insane to me that he actually managed to win at 5.5 furlongs, given how he runs at longer distances. So he needs that setup, and I think he might have a better go of it with this longer distance, stretching out to the mile and 3/16. But he's being bet right now, too. 5-1, Flavien Prat aboard. He definitely looks live, so maybe one to consider there in the turf pick 3. Speaking of which, let's take a look at my ticket. I thought this was a spread race. I did not use the 6. If you want to throw in one more horse, perhaps throw in the 6, Tough Little Nut, who is taking action right now at 5-1. The 8th race is where I narrow things down. I did like the 8 Vergara as the top selection, with the scratch of Warlike Goddess, who actually figured to be a single on many tickets. So now that she's scratched, I think that opens the door to many possibilities in that race. The 5 Lovely Princess is the other horse I want to use for trainer Kenny McPeak. She looks like an improving mare, and she also loves Keeneland. She's very consistent, but she looks like the 1.5 miles is kind of a preferred distance for her. And then that takes me to the 10th and final race. I do like the 2 Domingo as the top pick for Brendan Walsh. I hope that son of American Pharoah can go back-to-back on form. But I also liked the 7 Michaelicious for trainer Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffalione aboard. That horse is making his turf debut, but he's bred to handle the turf. And then, of course, I can't leave out Chad Brown's runner in the last, the 8, Catch a Wave, who managed to win on debut down at Tampa Bay Downs. He was kind of evenly paced, but I do think that it's telling that he was able to win first time out, and he could certainly go back-to-back, stretching out to the mile and 3/16. It's a fun little sequence. I love the all-turf pick 3. I've been a big fan of it since the start of the meet, and it does start now. In this upcoming 5th race, it's the last opportunity to play it during the spring meet. Wish you the best of luck if you decide to dive in to the turf pick 3 today or to the pick 6. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Middlebrook Farm. An allowance for 3-year-olds, 1 mile and 3/16 on the firm turf, the rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6, no carryover, mandatory payouts today, final day of the spring meet. This is also where the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 begins, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Scratch the 11, Good Bally, number 11 is scratched. The jockey for the 9, Ode to Ballius, will be Axel Concepcion. Number 9, Ode to Ballius, Axel Concepcion, the jockey. Also, please note, regarding equipment, number 7, Blue Creek, wore cheek pieces in that most recent start, November 19, at Aqueduct, and wears cheek pieces again today. Post time in 5 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Middlebrook Farm. Start of the Pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Thomas Aquinas and Uncle Truly now coming forward, along with Ode to Ballius. McAvoy. Quokka. Nomos will be the last one. Last one coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Thomas Aquinas ducked in at the start, now straightens course. Nomos is there up on the far outside. Swiss Slang, Uncle Truly, down toward the inside, and then Quokka in between horses. Uncle Truly has the lead, starts to work over toward the rail, but Thomas Aquinas now puts ahead in front, and Nomos joins that pair. From the far outside, Iris's Dream will go 4th in between horses, and then Quokka, who's in 5th. Ode to Ballius moves up 1 spot from 6th. Swiss Slang back toward the inside is in 7th position. Then McAvoy behind that one. Tough Little Nut moves up, has to go wide to the first turn, though, to pick up a couple of positions, and is running 6 lengths off the lead, but wide around that first turn. Blue Creek further back as the trailer opening quarter went in 23.64 seconds. On to the backstretch. Thomas Aquinas against the rail with the lead, 3/4 of a length. Nomos goes 2nd by a length to Uncle Truly, who's 3rd by a half length. Iris's Dream is in 4th between horses. Tough Little Nut is moving on the far outside from 5th to 4th to challenge for 3rd, up within 2 lengths of the lead. Swiss Slang further back is against the rail in the 6th position. Iris's Dream is still there in between horses. They're joined by Ode to Ballius far outside. Break of 2 more back to McAvoy, then Quokka. Blue Creek moves wide from last. 48.43 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Thomas Aquinas leading Nomos by a half length over to the far turn. Tough Little Nut is 3rd, a length off the front pair. It caught wide on the turn. Uncle Truly is there to the inside in 4th. Iris's Dream is in 5th. Ode to Ballius in 6th. Swiss Slang is 7th, 1/4 mile to go. Thomas Aquinas chased by Nomos off the turn. Uncle Truly behind that pair. Tough Little Nut and then Iris's Dream in behind horses. Nomos a narrow lead. Uncle Truly needs room, so does Iris's Dream. Tough Little Nut far outside. Thomas Aquinas still there to the inside, but Nomos has the lead. It is Nomos in front by a length to Thomas Aquinas. Iris's Dream, late run Swiss Slang, but Nomos in front. Irad Ortiz Jr., 3 wins on the day. Nomos wins it. Going to be close for second. It'll either be Thomas Aquinas or Swiss Slang for that runner-up spot. The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: number 10, Nomos, finished first. Number 8, Thomas Aquinas, second. Number 1, Swiss Slang, third. Number 6, Tough Little Nut, was fourth. 10-8-1-6, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Middlebrook Farm, number 10, Nomos, owned by Wertheimer and Frere of Alon and Gerard Wertheimer. Todd Pletcher, the trainer. 3 wins today for Irad Ortiz Jr., who has clinched the title now as leading jockey for Keeneland's 2024 spring meeting. Nomos, the 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo, out of Wested by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by the brothers Wertheimer. 1 mile and 3/16 over the turf-listed firm, 1 minute 54.45 seconds. Results official for race 5, 10-8-1-6. The official results trophy presentation up next. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5. Consolation 4 of 5 as well. And the trophy presentation for race 5 in the winner's circle, the Middlebrook Farm Trophy to the connections of Nomos. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5. Main track is fast. The turf listed firm. Rail at 0 feet on the turf course. In the 6th race, the jockey for number 8 Chance, Joel Rosario. Number 8 Chance, the jockey, Joel Rosario. The weight is okay. A reminder about the overweight on number 3 Baltazar, +2. Number 3 Baltazar, the jockey, 2 pounds over.
Race number 6, the first leg of the final pick 5 of the spring meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. Late pick 5 begins with a first level allowance race for 4 and up. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs, 1 giant leap. The 1 is the current favorite at 6-5. Miracle Worker, the number 4 horse, 5-1 on the board right now. Great price on this Into Mischief colt for Gary and Mary West. Well-bred son of Into Mischief from that Smart Strike First Dam talk show. This is a colt that came into his last race off of a pretty lengthy layoff from April of 2023 to February of 2024, and put together a very strong effort from off the pace. He will be stalking off the pace. The speed to his inside will outrun him, that's for sure. 1 giant leap and Mulligan will be out in front of him at the very least, and perhaps even Baltasar, but he won't be far back, and he'll make a run at this group. And I was impressed by his return effort at Oaklawn Park on the 19th of February. His race back in April of 2023 turned out to be one of the most live races we saw at Oaklawn Park in all of that 2023 meeting. 5 next out winners came out of that race, one of which was Miracle Worker, but horses like Cyclone and Zambezi and Runaway Jack and Federal Judge, the winner of that race, who would exit that and be the pace setter in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. Obviously, that is something that you've got to note when looking at Miracle Worker, the competition that he's kept. I love his style and the post position draw that he gets today to the outside of that inside speed. I'll take my shot with Miracle Worker at 5-1 with Axel Concepcion riding for Brad Cox, a frequent occurrence here in Kentucky. The number 2 horse, Mulligan, for Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm. This is a Violence colt that was a 10-length winner in May of 2023 over at Churchill Downs, ran second to Rivet in the Maxfield Stakes, and then his most recent effort, he was an odds-on favorite at Ellis Park in late July. He comes off the 9-month layoff. If he is back in true form to what we saw from him in his first 3 starts especially, he is a big-time contender in this race for Rudy Brisset. Watch out for Mulligan and his ability versus the 1 horse, 1 giant leap, who's coming off of a 5-month layoff and is very, very quick. Johnny Velasquez will break out of there and try to establish that lead, and it's a question of how far in front will he get from these horses that are to his outside. He comes out of a starter allowance races. He won for 50 back in April of last year. In fact, a year to the date to this race here today, April 26th of 2023, he won a $50,000 claimer non-1 as a 2 lifetime by 4 1/4 lengths, and that was a follow-up to a maiden 50 effort. So this is hands down the toughest group that he has faced in his career, with that speed that he has to the inside. That's why I'm willing to take a shot against 1 giant leap in this situation. But if he breaks and gets a clear lead, he obviously will be a big-time danger going 3/4 of a mile here to start the late pick 5. Good luck. Back half of the card starts now on closing day here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Wall Mac, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Joel Rosario, the jockey for number 8 Chance. Number 8 Chance, the jockey Joel Rosario, the weight is okay. And a reminder about the overweight number 3, Baltazar, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Number 3, Baltazar, the jockey, 2 pounds over. This will start the late pick 5. Double and pick 3 wagering also available. The main track is fast and the turf is firm. Post time at 8 minutes.
There's a look at Morrow carrying the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners Silks, son of Spicetown for Andrew McKeever. He adds blinkers here today in his return to racing after a 4-month freshening from November to late April. And he's an interesting sort against this group, cutting back in distance. He's only truly sprinted one time in his career, and that was on debut back in April of last year. He did go a 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs to break his maiden in the follow-up effort in start 2 of his career. But off this long layoff, he's one of many that will be trying to chase this pace down, and the cutback in distance and the addition of blinkers at 13-1. There's a case to be made for this 4-year-old colt by Spicetown here to start the late pick 5. And I think the same can be said for Chance, the number 8 horse, the 8, who's 7-1, with Joel Rosario in the saddle, carrying the Claiborne Orange Silks. Adele Dilschneider, the co-owner and breeder of this Looking at Lucky gelding. He will also be trying to chase these horses down off of his synthetic tries. His win came for maiden 50. He's live on the board at 7-1 right now for Tom Drury Jr. as he'll make the 3rd start of his career here at Keeneland. It's an interesting tote board. I never would have anticipated the 1 being this short of a price in this depth of field that he's facing here this afternoon. And I never would have thought that the 8 would be a shorter price and half the price than that of the number 7 horse with their races that they're coming out of and their ability to stalk off the pace. Good luck in race number 6 at Keeneland Racecourse. Less than 5 minutes to get those plays in and participate in the final pick 5 pool of the meet, where the pool is over $355,000.
there, but probably shouldn't come out here. I don't want her to get hit by a horse or anything.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Walmack, start of the late pick 5. Horses are moving into line for race 6, start of the late pick 5. Vinco comes forward. Here's Baltazar. Morrow moves into line. Miracle Worker. Chance, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Tivy and Morrow, Miracle Worker. Now Mulligan kicks in. Mulligan moves up from the inside and has the early lead. Miracle Worker goes second. Vinco is in third. One Giant Leap. Close up fourth down toward the inside. Tivy now comes out of that four-way scramble and takes over the second spot, just a length off the lead of Mulligan into the far turn. Further back, Baltazar toward the center of the pack is in the 6th position. Morrow 7th. Chance is last of the 8. Mulligan is the leader. The opening quarter in 22.82 seconds. Midway on the far turn. Tivy just off the leader's flank, but Mulligan still leads it around the turn, 3/4 of a length. Tivy goes second by 3. And then Vinco, who's a wide third. Miracle Worker 4th. One Giant Leap is 5th, has lost some ground around the turn. 10 lengths off the lead, quarter mile to go. Mulligan the leader. Mulligan on top, a length and a half off the turn. Tivy is second. Miracle Worker third, back toward the inside. Vinco is in 4th. They're coming into the final furlong, and Mulligan has opened up on a 3-length lead. Now he's 4 lengths clear. Coming past the 16th pole. Mulligan well in front. And then Tivy in second. Chance is going to run late toward third to the inside, then Vinco, but it is all Mulligan. Second win of the day for Flavian Pratt. Mulligan wins it. Chance will come home to grab second. It's going to be close for third, either Tivy or Vinco for that show spot. 1 minute 9.68 seconds.
A snappy final time for the 3/4 of a mile run for Mulliken. He outbroke One Giant Leap, who may have bobbled leaving the starting gate, but he was discouraged by the position that he had, it looks like, and his failure to make the lead for a horse that when he runs his best races, he's out in front. But Mulliken out in front every step of the way, geared down, and runs in 109 and change here in race number 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 2, Mulliken finished first. Number 8, Chance was second. Number 5, Tivy was third. Number 6, Finco fourth. 2856 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Walmack, number 2, Mulliken, owned by Windstar Farm of Kenny Trout, owned by Sienna Farm LLC of Todd Manganero, trained by Rodolphe Brisset. 2 wins today for Flavian Pratt. Mulliken, a 4-year-old son of violence, out of Tulare Star by Congrats, bred in Kentucky by Fred Hertrick and John Fielding. The Keeneland September graduate Mulliken gets 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 9.68 seconds. Results official for the 6th race, 2856 official. In the winner's circle, the Walmack Trophy presentation to the connections of Mulliken. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast turf firm. Scratch number 4, Schwartzmeyer. Number 4, Schwartzmeyer is a scratch. The jockey for the 1, Troubles Roaring, is Joel Rosario. Number 1, Troubles Roaring, the jockey, Joel Rosario.
It is late pick 4 time here at Keeneland Racecourse. Final pick 4 of the meet. 4 races in front of us before we close out the 2024 spring meet and head down the hill to the sales pavilion for the Keeneland April sale, which will get underway at 6:30, approximately 6:30. This 7th race, a maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds going 6 furlongs. And I'm going to take a shot with the outside runner. Where you at, Vince, for Forge Ahead Stables and Wayne Catalano. This is a colt by Painter who was purchased last year as a 2-year-old for $125,000. It's a pretty high number given the family and pedigree of this colt, in my opinion. And Jose Ortiz takes the call here this afternoon. Wayne Catalano can pop with a first-time starter. He had some live ones in the nightcap yesterday here at Keeneland Racecourse. And I think that Where You At, Vince, is one that you've got to pay close attention to. He's 9-1 on the board right now as it stands. And he's, fourth choice in the wagering currently with 18 minutes to post. But I'll take the opportunity to try to play against this favorite here, Where You At, Vince, who is that great number right now at 9s. Let's go over to the number 9 horse, Alcove, for Juddmonte and Brad Cox. Now, this is a first-time starter who's not the favorite right now. He's 5-2 second choice, son of Twirling Candy out of the Bernardini First Dam, and a half-brother to a winner. Just looking at the pedigree for this Juddmonte homebred. Brad Cox, first-time starter, quick work, 5-2 on the board. It is a little surprising that he is not the favorite in amongst this group, given the attention that Brad Cox and Juddmonte deserve when they bring over these very well-bred colts and fillies. So Alcove, you've got to expect that he'll be ready to roll here today, but at 5-2, it is a little strange that he's not a shorter number, in my opinion, with the number 6 horse being the favorite, Stinger B. This is a surprise, 7-2. I thought I was getting sneaky throwing him into the top 3 here. This is a B Jersey 3-year-old gelding for Ignacio Correas IV. Was second in his most recent effort, and that was a race that was a follow-up to a synthetic try at Turfway Park. It's clear he's better on dirt. In his 2 starts that kicked off his career at the age of 2, he was not good first time out, and then did show some progression second time out in November, came back at Turfway, and then the Fairgrounds race. Perhaps the light bulb just went on. I have been very impressed with the sons and daughters that we've seen in the span of time that we've had the opportunity to see B Jersey offspring run. He's a Met Mile winner, always referred to as a grade 1 that is a stallion-making race, and B Jersey, he's been supported by Mr. Fipke, and we see these runners show up and run big races. Stinger B, the fact that he's 5-2, you have to pay attention to the action and also recognize that some of this has to do with Irad Ortiz Jr. and the afternoon that he is having. But still, that's only going to push a horse a little ways, especially when it comes to having a first-time starter for Juddmonte in here. So we'll see if Stinger B, if that light bulb went on and remains on off of that very good run at Fairgrounds last time out. It's a challenging start to the late pick 4. Get involved with less than 16 minutes to post. Here is the idea as far as the pick 4 ticket, $54 investment, using the top 3 selections in the next 3 races that we have here. And in race number 8, the grade 3 Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales for that 1.5-mile turf event, with the scratch of Warlike Goddess, it becomes a very wide open event. The one horse that I don't have in race number 8 that I would throw in there if you're willing to invest a little bit more money would be Chop Chop, trying the 1.5-mile distance for the first time. But I do like Lovely Princess on top in race number 8. Race number 9 going 5, 7, and 8. The 8 is the top selection in there. That is Unifying for Riley Mott, who gets off the rail, broke from post 1 in his most recent start, or her most recent start. I think that will be advantageous to her and comes out of grade 3 company. And then spreading around in the nightcap in the final race of the meet, race number 10, a 1 3/16 turf event to close things out, 2, 3, 8, and 10. One of the big ideas in the final race is Copper Missile, the number 10 horse, who's 15-1 on the morning line. He was a big 2-year-old. We'll see how he's grown up now to the age of 3 as he gets his opportunity to run for the first time at the age of 3. But to me, watching him run last year and watching him and getting a chance to be up close to him, he'll be better going longer. So don't sleep on Copper Missile, the 10, in the nightcap if you're playing the late pick 4, playing any races leading into the nightcap, or simply playing that race when it comes to the Toyota Super High 5 with the carryover and all of the other wagering options you have. Get involved less than 14 minutes away from race number 7 here at Keeneland, again, starting the late pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Gunston Hall. Maiden special weight, 3-year-old, 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 4. Scratched the 4, Schwartzmeyer, number 4 Schwartzmeyer scratched. The jockey for the 1, Troubles Roaring, will be Joel Rosario. Number 1, Troubles Roaring, Joel Rosario is the jockey. Fast track, firm turf, post time in just 7 minutes for race 7, start of the late pick 4.
Some observations, getting a closer look at these runners for race number 7. Troubles Roaring, he's a big, good-looking colt, son of World of Trouble out of a Henny Hughes first dam. His sire, World of Trouble, is by Cantheros, who is one of those stallions that can give you a turf and dirt runner. And World of Trouble himself, Grade 1 winner on turf and dirt. He won the Grade 1 Carter at Aqueduct, finished off his career with a Grade 1 win in the Jaipur at Belmont Park in a sizzling time of 106-1. But bottom line, this is a colt that's on dirt for just the second time in his career, and he's gotten better in each of his races. We'll see what Joel Rosario is able to do from that inside post position, but he is a good-looking chestnut out there, always well turned out by Steve Asmussen and his team. So Troubles Roaring, 8-1, a horse that I like getting a chance to see him down in the paddock and warming up for race number 7. And the 2-horse world record, now this is a colt by Gunrunner for Windstar Farm and Sienna Farm, who's 3-1 right now, obviously live on the tote board. He is a colt that was purchased as a weanling. Purchased as a weanling at the Keeneland November sale back in 2021 for $410,000 to make his debut here today. Rudy Brisset, good with first-time starters. You've got to pay attention to the action that is being thrown his way in the win pools to make him 3-1. He's not far off of favoritism. So world record, we'll see how he fares. These connections have been very patient and invested a lot of time and monetary money, bottom line, on world record to get to this point in time in race number 7 at Keeneland. Good luck in the late pick 4. Over $259,000 in the pool with the 6. Still the favorite, that is Stinger B for Ignacio Correas, the 4th.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Gunston Hall, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Lean Music Machine goes in. Alcove approaches the gate. Baxter coming forward. Yo Banana Boy goes in. Stinger B. Sweet as Sin moves into line. Where are you at, Vince? The last one coming forward now. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Alcove comes out for the early lead. Here's World Record moving up quickly down toward the inside. Stinger B away 3rd. Sweet Ascend 4th on the outside. Troubles Roaring 5th back toward the inside. Where you at, Vince? Far outside. Moves forward in the center of the track from 6th. Baxter is back toward the rail in 7th. Brody 3 wide to the far turn in the 8th spot. And is followed by Yo Banana Boy, who's between horses, back in the 9th position. Then Lean Music Machine. Frio River is trailing to the far turn. Alcove and Where You At, Vince go 1-2, separated by a half length. 22.7 seconds for that opening quarter mile. Where you at, Vince draws alongside of Alcove. The ongoing battle for the lead. Stinger B tries to pick them up. Still 4 lengths away. Has to go to the outside at the top of the stretch. And then Brody 3 more lengths behind that one. World Record is 7 from the lead. Where you at, Vince alongside of Alcove. Stinger B is 3rd. World Record is 4th. And then Brody, and now Troubles Roaring, who has to go way out to the grandstand side and has to catch Where you at, Vince. Where you at, Vince? Alcove. Troubles Roaring. World Record. Where you at, Vince? World Record. Troubles Roaring. Where you at, Vince? World Record. Troubles Roaring. Where you at, Vince? World Record. Troubles Roaring. And it is Where you at, Vince. He's in front to win it.
Where you at, Vince turns for home, and he's in the battle right now with the Juddmonte first-time starter Alcove just to his inside. He's going to win that battle, and then here comes some more foes to his outside, but he had enough left in the tank to hold on at odds of 10-1 for Forge Ahead Stables, and trainer Wayne Catalano. Jose Ortiz having himself a meet, as we've said time and time again, wins by about a head in the end. Where you at, Vince? Well done.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 12, Where You At Vince, was first. Number 1, Troubles Roaring, was second. Number 2, World Record, third. Number 9, Alcove, fourth. 12-1-2-9 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Gunston Hall, number 12, Where You At Vince, owned by Forge Ahead Stables of Kevin Cuda, trained by Wayne Catalano, the jockey Jose Ortiz. Where You At Vince, 3-year-old son of Painter, out of Hey Little Sister by Jumpstart, bred in Kentucky by Laura McKinney. Where You At Vince, Keeneland September graduate, gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.26 seconds. Race 7 results official. 12-1-2-9, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Gunston Hall Trophy presentation to the connections of Where You At Vince. Keeneland's 8th and featured race upcoming, 62nd running of the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales, Grade 3. Turf is listed firm, the rail at 0 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Double wagering also offered here. A reminder, scratch the 2, Queen's Command. Also scratch number 6, Warlike Goddess. And scratch the 7, Command and Control. Jockey for number 3, Tower Bridge, John Velasquez. 3, Tower Bridge, John Velasquez. The jockey weight is okay. Overweight, number 9, Tick 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 Boom. The jockey 2 pounds over. That's the 9, Tick 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 Boom. The jockey 2 pounds over.
The closing day feature is race number 8, and it is up next here at Keeneland Racecourse, the Grade 3 Bewitch Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. And big scratches in here, especially of Warlike Goddess, really opening up this race to a wide open event. Lovely Princess, the number 5 horse, is my top selection. This is a mare for Kenny McPeak that has done well in the past here at Keeneland Racecourse. She's a 2-time winner from 3 starts. She comes off of shorter distance races down at Fairgrounds and Stakes Company, including winning the Blushing KD on the 23rd of December at the end of her 4-year-old campaign. But Kenny said this morning on Today at Keeneland that she's going to be focused on these longer distance mile-and-a-half type races for this year, for this 5-year-old campaign, for this daughter of Twirling Candy. I like the course form. I like the fact that they've been working her on turf for what it's worth. She's been running obviously on turf course over the course of her career. 13 of her 15 starts have all come on turf, but her last 3 workouts have all come here on the Keeneland turf course, and she's 3-1 on the board right now. Lovely Princess, I think, finds herself in a lovely situation here today to pick up a Grade 3 victory. The number 8 horse on the outside, who is the 6-5 favorite, Vergara for Grand Motion. She's got the ability to lead him around there. She can establish that front-running position. Stamina is there for her to get the mile-and-a-half. She comes off of a win, or a third-place finish, in the Long Island Stakes, Grade 3 in Aqueduct back in November. So coming off the 5-month layoff, she's a horse that has, at least lately, over the course of her career, maybe needed a race to get back into form, but she's not running bad races off layoffs. She was 5th, only beaten 2 3/4 lengths in the Glens Falls at Saratoga last year off of a shorter layoff, obviously, than what she's coming into this race off of. But Vergara, the stamina, the speed has to be respected, and she is being respected to make her the 6-5 favorite in the Bewitch. And then finally, the number 4 horse, that is Atomic Blonde. This one for Christophe Clement. Last time out in the Long Island, she was vanned off in that event. She's had 5 months to come back into this spot here this afternoon. She went 0 for 7 last year. She's yet to win in the United States, but she's got the ability to see out the mile-and-a-half trip, and I think she herself finds herself in a situation much like Vergara, where it's not as deep waters without the presence of Warlike Goddess in here, who would have been a 2-5 favorite at this point in the wagering, but she's scratched, she's out, opening up the opportunity for a mare like Atomic Blonde. And when you see German pedigrees, this is a German-bred mare from a German first dam, they focus their attention on distance. So she has that pedigree behind her. Atomic Blonde, the daughter of Grey Gatsby, the Grey Gatsby for Christophe Clement and West Point Thoroughbreds, has to be factored into your handicapping here today in the Grade 3 Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 62nd running of the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales. Grade 3 stakes for fillies and mares age 4 and up, 1.5 miles over the firm turf. Rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 2, Queen's Command. Also scratch number 6, Warlike Goddess. And scratch the 7, Command and Control. Jockey for number 3, Tower Bridge, John Velasquez. John Velasquez rides the 3. Overweight, the 9, Tick Tick, Tick Boom, the jockey 2 pounds over. Post time is 6 minutes. And now the post parade. Number 1 is Chop Chop, owned by Selective LLC of Jerry Bach, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Axel Concepcion. 2 is Scratch. 3 is Tower Bridge, owned by John Gunther, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey John Velasquez. 4, Atomic Blonde, owned by the West Point Thoroughbreds of Terry Finlay, owned by Christophe Clement, also owned by Winters Equine LLC of Heather Winters, Christophe Clement, the trainer, and Joel Rosario, the jockey. 5, Lovely Princess, owned by Gentry Farms of Robert Kirk Gentry and Robbie Force, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 6 and 7, both scratch. Number 8, Vergara, owned by Gary Broad, trained by Graham Motion, Flavian Pratt to ride. And number 9, Tick Tick, Tick Boom, owned by Randolph Gill, Gregory Steigler, and Andrew Bedard. Trained by Tim Girton, the jockey Tyler Connor. The feature in 5 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes away from the Grade 3 Bewitch Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. 5-2 on Chop Chop, the City of Light filly, who has run 14 times in her career, and well less than half of her runs have come on turf. She's only run 3 times in the past, but half of her wins have come on grass. She's a 2-time winner from 3 starts on turf, including a 3rd-place finish, so 3 for 3 on the turf. She's going to go the furthest that she ever has, and this is a filly you might remember from 2 years back when she was so brilliant as a 2-year-old, really running a huge race in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. She comes from a Giants Causeway first dam, and moving back over to the grass course just may be something that she really appreciates, and moving forward beyond this race. At 5-2, Chop Chop not being ignored. She's currently the 2nd choice in the wagering for Brad Cox, and Axel Concepcion rode her last time out in the Daytona Stakes at Turfway Park, going 1 mile and 16th. She was steadily gaining on them that afternoon when she finished 2nd from well off the pace, 8th initially in that race. Chop Chop, we'll see how she handles the 1.5 miles. The one thing we do know is that she is good on turf. The featured event on closing day is coming up in less than 4 minutes. This also means the final pick 3 opportunity of the day as we get down to the final 3 races on this Friday.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 62nd running of the Bewitch Stakes, presented by Keeneland Sales, Grade 3. Moving into line, race 8. Chop Chop moves into the gate. Tower Bridge comes forward. Atomic Blonde. Lovely Princess. Last two getting ready to load. Here's Vergara. Tick, 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 boom will be the last one. Last one going in at the post. And they're off in the Bewitch Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. There goes Tower Bridge. Tower Bridge, first out for the lead from in between horses, has company though. Lovely Princess will join her on the front end. In fact, Lovely Princess moves up, puts ahead in front. Tower Bridge is there and gets over next to the rail and saves the ground around that far turn for the first time. And then Vergara, who stays outward from the rail in third because Chop Chop is there in fourth back toward the inside. Tick, 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 boom is next to last here early on. They move to the top of the stretch, and Atomic Blonde is trailing. Opening quarter went in 25.53 seconds. Lovely Princess from the outside has the lead. Just over one circuit to go here in the Bewitch, and it is Lovely Princess who leads at a length and a half. And then Vergara to the outside, Tower Bridge back toward the inside. Gap of 2 more lengths to Chop Chop, who's just to the inside of Tick, 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 Boom. And Atomic Blonde, who is last but just 5 lengths from the front after an opening half mile in 49.67 seconds. And Lovely Princess continues to show the way. Lovely Princess leads it by a length and a half. Tower Bridge is there to the inside and still has Vergara to her outside, who moves up a closer third. In fact, Vergara takes second now by a neck and is just off the leader's flank. Chop Chop has moved off the rail, is in between horses in fourth, 2.5 lengths from the front as they head up the backstretch. Tick, 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 boom is on the outside, and then Atomic Blonde, who's right there, but back toward the inside as they approach the midpoint of the backstretch. And Lovely Princess continues to lead. It is Lovely Princess leading it by only a neck. Vergara second by 3/4 of a length. Tower Bridge right behind the leader still against the rail in that third position at the entrance to the far turn. Third a half length. Chop Chop is fourth up on the outside. Atomic Blonde against the rail. Tick, Tick, Tick Boom is last, but the field well bunched onto the far turn with Vergara now moving up on the outside to take the lead, and Chop Chop is coming behind her. Lovely Princess is still there to the inside, but Vergara the new leader. But Chop Chop is coming as they have just over a quarter mile to go. Chop Chop from the outside, Vergara to the inside, and then 5 more lengths. Atomic Blonde goes to third. Lovely Princess now fourth, and Chop Chop has a narrow lead into the final furlong. Vergara tries to respond in second. 3 more lengths. Atomic Blonde is running late from third. It is Chop Chop in front. A 3.5 length lead in deep stretch. Atomic Blonde goes to second. Chop Chop with Axel Concepcion aboard to win the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales. Atomic Blonde was across the line in second. Vergara was third, and then Tower Bridge fourth. Tick, Tick, Tick Boom was fifth, and Lovely Princess was sixth in 2 minutes, 27.8 seconds.
She passed the 1.5 mile test with a plum. That is Chop Chop taking the Grade 3 Bewitch Stakes presented by Keeneland Sales. She tracked off the pace, and when Axel Concepcion asked this filly for some more, he gave it to her, and she puts together a very strong performance here today, getting back on the turf course, picking up a Grade 3 here at Keeneland on closing day.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 8th race. Number 1, Chop Chop, finished first. Number 4, Atomic Blonde, was second. Number 8, Vergara, third. And number 3, Tower Bridge, fourth. 1483, unofficial. Eighth race results official. 1-4-8-3, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th and featured race, 62nd running of the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales, Grade 3, number 1, Chop Chop. Owned by Selective LLC of Jerry Bach, trained by Brad Cox, Axel Concepcion, the jockey. Chop Chop, a 4-year-old filly by City of Light, out of Grand Sophia by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by Cobra Farm, and MRJ Thoroughbreds. 12 furlongs over the turf, listed firm, 2 minutes 27.8 seconds. On the turf course, Tony Lacey, Keeneland Vice President of Sales, makes the trophy presentation for the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales, to the connections of Chop Chop.
Chop Chop back on grass and back to the winner's circle in the Bewitch, presented by Keeneland Sales. Brad Cox, her trainer, and Axel Concepcion, your first stakes win here at Keeneland. What was the key to getting this victory with this filly going 1.5 miles?
Wow, I think first, thanks God for this, for giving me this opportunity and the hard work, I think. Thanks, Brad, for the opportunity, the owner. I just take my time in the backside, follow the number 8, that I think is the horse that I need beat. And take my time in the backside. I have a lot of horse, so I'm just waiting for the moment. And in top of the stretch, just asking, and she give me the all. She give me all.
How would you describe this moment, being out here on the turf course in the winner's circle and winning a graded stakes race at Keeneland for the first time?
Wow. I'm very happy, my first grade. Thanks, Brad, for the opportunity. And it's hard moments, just hard work. Thanks, my agent, for the great job. And just keep with the work, and thanks.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Brad, how would you describe the journey to get to this point, to the winner's circle, the Bewitch, with this filly?
Oh, it's been a lot of up and downs with her. We really liked her a lot as a 2-year-old. She was she narrowly defeated here on the dirt in the Darley Alcibiades, and then we really thought going into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile she was going to win. And she kind of had a meltdown in the paddock leading up a couple days prior to the Breeders' Cup that year. We didn't get the performance we were looking for, but I want to congratulate Mr. Bach for keeping her in training. He thought about retiring her after last year and kept her in training. I think today it paid off. Axel's done a great job with her all winter. He's worked her several times. Hard-working young jock. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the future. He's a serious rider, and very proud of him. And it was a big win for him today, and very proud of the filly.
And this filly, mile and a half, passing that test here today, will that be the focus, trying to find these kinds of races, or could you see her shortening up at points in the campaign?
Whatever, if the right race presents itself, anywhere from I think a mile and 16th, a mile and a half, it opens up a lot of doors for her. I was glad to see her run as well as she did today, and probably stick somewhere in the marathon distances for the time being.
Well done.
Thank you.
Chop Chop taking the closing day feature, the Bewitch Stakes, presented by Keeneland Sales.
Thank you, Scott. And as Scott mentioned, a first Keeneland Stakes win for Axel Concepcion and a first graded stakes win career as well for winning jockey Axel Concepcion. Race number 9 is upcoming. The main track is listed fast. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. There are no scratches, no jockey changes in the 9th race.
Down to the final two races of this race meet here at Keeneland Racecourse for spring 2024. Late double time. Don't forget about those reduced takeouts in all of the doubles, and your final opportunity to take advantage of that daily double reduction in takeout from 22% down to 15%. Tip of the cap to the team here at Keeneland Racecourse for making that gesture to handicappers out there, and we appreciate your response in these double pulls that we have seen throughout the meet. So the final double of the meet, late double on closing day, gets underway in less than 12 minutes. This is an about 7 furlong distance race on the Beard course. Not what is a 3 other than allowance race, optional $100,000 tag. It is a stakes quality group of fillies and mares that we are going to be sorting through here in race number 9, and unifying is part of that conversation clearly for Riley Mott. This is a filly by Union Rags who comes off of a run in the grade 3 Hurricane Birdie Stakes at Gulfstream Park, where she was only finished 4th to Red Carpet Ready from post position number 1. I don't think that she wanted to be down on the inside, as most horses don't typically like to be, and I think getting off of the rail here today to an outside post is going to be a huge benefit for this filly. That she was a stakes winner at Ellis Park, going 7 furlongs in the Leslie's Lady Stakes, sitting up close, and then after that ran in nothing but stakes company since that stakes win in the Leslie's Lady. So dropping into this 3 other than allowance race at odds of 8-1, I really like this filly, and you got to like any price that you are getting right now as far as the win pulls are concerned, and the win odds that we are showing you, with the 9-2 number being the number next to the favorite. Just a very, very wide open race, but unifying, I think, big opportunity here today for Junior Alvarado and Riley Mott and the connections behind this Keeneland September sale grad. The number 5 horse, Royal Spa, the 9-2 favorite. She was last seen in the Matron Stakes at Oaklawn Park. Prior to that, she was runner-up behind the speedster Alva Star, who won the Grade 1 Madison on opening weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse. So comes out of some live races. She also went to the Grade 1 La Brea at Santa Anita and finished 4th that day. She likes to lay off the pace and make a run at them, so we'll see how she fares going 7 furlongs. It looks like an ideal distance for her here today, the about 7 furlong distance. So 9-2 on Royal Spa. Definitely a big contender, as she's awful live here in the wagering. And then the number 7 horse, Happy Soul. This is a Wesley Ward trainee, daughter of Run Happy for Gayla Rankin, who takes blinkers off here. They tried the blinkers last time out in the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2 at Keeneland back in the fall. It's the last time that we saw her. This is a filly she's quick. 7 furlongs. We'll see how she handles that. Back in 2022, they tried her in the Grade 1 Ashland. If you go back to April of 2022, tried to see if she would handle that longer distance. Clearly, it didn't work out, and she's sprinted ever since, and rightfully so. She was runner-up in the TCA back in 2022 here at Keeneland as well, and she tried grass in 4 consecutive races after that. But blinkers coming back off after not quite working out, and she's mainly ran without blinkers over the course of her career. Happy Soul figures in a big way in an extremely difficult 9th race to pinpoint one in here. It's just there are so many in this event that you can make strong cases for going this about 7 furlong distance to start the late daily double. Less than 9 minutes to post, race 9.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, the Grissom allowance optional claiming race for a price of $100,000. Fillies and mares, age 4 and up. Beard course, about 7 furlongs. Main track is fast. This starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in the 9th race. Post time at 5 minutes.
Very good group of fillies and mares getting ready for race number 9. Swall is the number 3 horse we'll start with Little Red Feather Racing Silks being carried by Joe Talamo. Tries the dirt for the first time. This is a filly that was up at Turfway Park in her last 2 starts, started her career at Golden Gate Fields, and when she went south in California to Del Mar, she ran on turf. She is by Go Sapper out of a Stormcat First Dam. Dirt. She's also a half-sister to Drill, who is a Grade 1 winner for Bob Baffert at the age of 2 on the synthetic in the Del Mar Futurity during the synthetic era at Del Mar, and also was a graded stakes winner, Grade 2 San Vicente stakes winner at Santa Anita on dirt. So Swall getting that opportunity to try dirt for the first time. We'll see how she handles it. She's got the pedigree to do so and a big-time family that she comes from as well. Swall currently sitting at 7-1. The 4-horse Nom de Plume for Bonchance Farm, a Bonchance Farm homebred, daughter of Uncle Mo. She put together a very impressive run at Turfway back on the 20th of March, coming off of the layoff from November to March. She won that one as the favorite by 2.5 lengths, and like Swall, she tries dirt for the first time. She's a daughter of Uncle Mo from a Bernardini First Dam. Same scenario there as far as looking at the pedigree when it comes to dirt, but her last race, I know this is a step up in class, but such a professional comeback race for these connections. She is currently sitting at 10-1. One of many in here that are prices that don't necessarily reflect their ability and even opportunity that's in front of them here in less than 2 minutes. And then quickly on the number 10 horse, drawn to Braganza for Eddie Keneally. Beautiful filly, beautiful mare. She's 5 years old. This is start number 12 of her career. It's been 5 months since we've seen her, and she's won here in the past at Keeneland, and she's got some very good dirt form if you go back to 2023 between Colonial, Keeneland, and over at Churchill Downs. Good luck in race number 9, start of the final double opportunity of the meet here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, the Grissom. Moving into line, 9th race. Nom de Plume goes into the gate. Braganza comes forward. Royal Spa. Two Item Saver, along with Mucho Macho Girl moving into line. Royal Take Charge will be the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. Happy Soul and Two Item Saver have speed, and Princess Adelaide there to the inside. Royal Take Charge up on the outside with Mucho Macho Girl. Princess Adelaide heading up the backstretch has the early lead. Happy Soul second, Mucho Macho Girl third. Royal Take Charge far outside in fourth. Two Item Saver is in fifth. Swall against the rail moves up from sixth. Royal Spa between horses is seventh. Braganza eighth to the outside. Nom de Plume back toward the inside is in ninth. Unifying between horses 10th at the entrance to the far turn. Then a break of 3 more lengths. Napa Candy, who is in the 11th position. Be Like Water, last of the 12 opening quarter, 22.94 seconds. Princess Adelaide, the leader, but Swall keeps moving up the rail. Now, Swall's moved up into the second position, just a length off the lead. Now switches off the rail and starts to take a peek toward the outside as they round the far turn. Happy Soul has lost ground and drops back into the fourth position. And that will allow Two Item Saver to move by her. Two Item Saver up to third, still 5 from the front, and is followed by Mucho Macho Girl, Royal Spa, then Nom de Plume to the inside. They turn for home. Here comes Swall to the outside of Princess Adelaide. Swall moves up and takes the lead. Royal Spa 5 lengths away in third. Nom de Plume is fourth back toward the inside into the final furlong. Royal Spa keeps moving on the outside for a narrow lead. Royal Spa is in front, has it by 2 to Swall, Princess Adelaide, then Unifying, followed by Braganza far outside, but no catching. Royal Spa, 3 wins today for Flavien Prat. Royal Spa, the winner. It was Braganza rallying up from the outside to grab second on the line from Unifying third.
Well, this race turned over, and the horses from off the pace excelling late in the about 7 furlong distance here in race number 9. And Royal Spa, she was brilliant here today, coming out of those tough races at Oaklawn Park, extending her lead, goes off as the post-time favorite at odds of 7-2. Flavien Prat with a productive closing day. The 10 is going to get up for second, just getting in front of the 8, Unifying. So the 5 gets the win here in race number 9, as the majority are happy, going off as the post-time favorite at 7-2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race. Number 5, Royal Spa, finished first. Number 10, Braganza, was second. Number 8, Unifying, third. And number 6, Two Item Saver, was fourth. 5-10-8-6 unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's ninth race, the Grissom, number 5, Royal Spa, owned by Breffney Farm of Rhonda O'Rourke, the trainer, Rodolphe Brisset, for his second win on the card. 3 wins today for the winning jockey, Flavian Pratt. Royal Spa, 4-year-old filly by Violence, out of Bodacious Babe by Mineshaft, bred in Kentucky by Breffney Farm. 1 minute 27.85 seconds the time for the Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Results official for Keeneland's ninth race, 5-10-8-6. The official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Grissom to the connections of Royal Spa. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming, $27,787 to carry over for the Toyota Super High 5. Mandatory payouts today, final day of the spring meet. Overweight, the 9 Magic Heart. The jockey, 1 pound over. Turf is firm, rail at 0 feet.
Race number 10, final race this meet here at Keeneland for the spring. Thank you so much for coming out here and joining us and participating in all the wagering activity that we've had throughout this meet. We hope you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed being here with you and for you and bringing you our thoughts, whether good or bad, throughout this spring meet. It's always a great pleasure to be here at such a phenomenal place as we wrap up this spring meet with race number 10 and then head down the hill for the Keeneland April Horses of Racing Age sale, which will get underway at approximately 6:30. And then obviously we'll see you back here in the fall. But first things first, one race left, Toyota Super High 5 event with that $27,000 carryover and a mandatory payout in all of these wagers and in the Toyota Super High 5. So get involved in that Super High 5 for $1 in this mile and 3/16 event. Bandwagon, the number 3 horse for Phil D'Amato, is the direction in which I go. He's going to be going the furthest that he ever has. He's made steady progress in his longer distance races. And in fact, he has broken his maiden at Santa Anita going 1 1/8 with a very quick pace out in front of him. But I think that the added distance with his pedigree, son of DeMarchelier, who had a winner yesterday here at Keeneland with Royal Wind Tour, 2-1 on the board. Great to see Phil D'Amato here in town as he prepares for a big week ahead with his Derby contender and Santa Anita Derby winner next week, obviously over at Churchill Downs. But Bandwagon, 2-1 on the board right now. The distance will do him some good here in the nightcap. Domingo, the number 2 horse, 7-1. I'm surprised that he's 7-1 right now. 3-1 morning line. Broke his maiden last time out at Gulfstream Park going 1 1/8 as he'll extend out a bit further in distance. He is capable. Obviously, it's a big jump up when you go from maidens to winners for the first time in your career. But I believe that this colt, with his turf event last time out and his debut turf run at Keeneland at the mile and 16th distance, which was very solid, finishing 6th with an even running style. Watch out for Domingo. He could be part of the controlling aspect of this race forward here today under Luis Saez. And then finally, the number 8 horse, Catch a Wave for Chad Brown, the Curlin colt, who is 3-1. He was a $400,000 Keeneland September's yearling purchase back in 2022. He's 1-for-1 in his career, broke his maiden at Tampa Bay Downs as about the second choice in the wagering that day at 5-2. But I've talked about this pattern time and time again this meet here at Keeneland. We've seen so many of these runners for Chad Brown and turf runners for Chad Brown that had one start down in Florida, whether it was a win or a loss, to really look like set them up for a run here at Keeneland Racecourse. And that's the pattern here that we're getting with this colt. He broke his maiden to Tampa. He steps up to winners here today. He'll settle and finish. Colt by Curland out of that really nice stakes winning First Dam Harmonized, daughter of Scat Daddy. Big family here with Catch a Wave. Toyota Super High 5, $27,000 carryover, mandatory payout. One race left here at Keeneland for the spring, and it comes up in less than 16 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Hagen, an allowance for 3-year-olds at 1 mile and 3/16 over the firm turf, the rail at 0 feet. Overweight, the 9 Magic Heart, the jockey 1 pound over. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of more than $27,000. Post time, 7 minutes.
Less than 6 minutes to get those last few wagers in for the nightcap and the final race this meet here at Keeneland. The number 5 horse, Gewürztraminer, for Riley Mott and Louis Sella, is a big, good-looking son of Collected. He was purchased for $250,000 last year at a Horses of Racing Age sale after his maiden win at Churchill Downs. His races on dirt have obviously not been that productive, but moving over to turf, they're trying something new. He's a good-looking chestnut gelding out there. Maybe the firm turf course will be a better situation for him, but I was drawn to him by looks and just he's a pretty horse with that white front right sock and that blaze down his face. And he looks very similar to the 10. I actually, for a moment, thought I was looking at the 10 when I was looking at the 5, as we'll go to Copper Missile, who's got a little bit more white. He's got those 4 white socks and a bigger blaze on his face. But here's a colt that had an opportunity to see race a couple of times last year at Churchill and then the one here at Keeneland. His Churchill run was good, going a mile. And I was convinced, based on at the age of 2, how big he was, that he's just going to be a better horse the further that he went. They gave him one more chance at the end of his 2-year-old year here at Keeneland, and he was just flat. He is not flat in the way that he is acting, and he is a big, good-looking horse. I was speaking to the connections of Crownsway, telling me that he's as fit as he's ever been. So watch out for Copper Missile with this longer distance here today, which may just be what is going to benefit him as much as anything, and obviously growing up from the age of 2 to 3. 4 minutes before post time here, race number 10. The 8 is the favorite. Catch away for Chad Brown at 5-2, making start 2 of his career. Good luck in this final race this spring here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Hagen. Moving into line, race 10. Catch a Wave comes forward, moves into line. Bandwagon. Isidoro. Also Magic Heart. Gewürztraminer. Here's Copper Missile. Team captain, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Isidoro out for the early lead from the inside. Isidoro along with Domingo, who's right there against the rail in the opening strides. These two coming to the front of the field. They're joined by Gewürztraminer, who moves up a cautious third on the outside, now taking second position as they head for the first turn. Michael Licious between horses, and then comes Magic Heart up on the outside. Isidoro is the leader, though, as they head for the turn. Leads it by a length. Gewürztraminer goes in second position. Magic Heart is third. Michael Licious fourth. Rose Collector fifth on the outside. Domingo his sixth back toward the inside. Catch a Wave is in seventh. Hawks Creek is eighth against the rail, and then Bandwagon, who's ninth, moves three wide around the first turn, about 9 lengths off the lead. Copper Missile back toward the inside in 10th, and Team Captain is last of 11, 23.81 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Up the backstretch they go. Isidoro, Gewürztraminer, they go 1-2 separated by a neck. Magic Heart third up on the outside. Michael Licious fourth back toward the inside. Rose Collector out toward the center of the course, moves up from fifth to fourth to third within a length and a half of the front pair. Then Domingo further back comes off the rail in sixth, running about 5 lengths off the lead. Catch a Wave will be wide to the far turn, and then Hawks Creek down to the inside. Copper Missile, Bandwagon, who's near the back of the pack now as they enter the turn, and Team Captain, who was last. That opening half mile was 48.42 seconds. They move midway on the far turn. Isidoro, Gewürztraminer 1-2. Rose Collector is third up toward the outside. Magic Heart has to go to the center of the course, just over a quarter mile to go. 5 lengths off the lead. Michael Licious next. Domingo swings to the far outside as they turn for home. Gewürztraminer is alongside of Isidoro. Michael Licious to the inside. Rose Collector there to the outside. And then Magic Heart, Domingo out in the center of the course. They're all chasing Isidoro. Isidoro with the lead. Has it by 5, by 6. A wild scramble. Catch a Wave goes to second. And deep stretch, it will be Isidoro hanging on for the victory for Jorge Ruiz. Isidoro.
Isidoro turns for home with the lead, and you can see him picking it up as much as he possibly could at this stage of the race and extending his advantage because they were coming. This was key, opening up by the lengths in which he did at this point in time, because you can see the group of horses back behind him that are finishing strong, including the 8 and 2 nearest him. But he had that jump, and he holds on to win by a length. Isidoro at 12-1 in the nightcap in the final race this meet here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 4, Isidoro, finished first. Number 2, Domingo, second. Number 8, Catch a Wave, third. Number 9, Magic Heart was fourth. Number 10, Copper Missile, fifth. 4, 2, 8, 9, 10, unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Hagen, number 4, Isidoro. Owned by Blake Kelly, Joseph Gellenbach, and Isidora Russo. Trained by Blake Kelly, Jorge Ruiz, the winning jockey. Isidoro, 3-year-old son of Get Stormy out of Cologne by Horse Chestnut, bred in Kentucky by Shawhan Place, LLC. Results are official. 4, 2, 8, 9, 10, the official results for Keeneland's 10th race. Pick 6 pays on 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Now the trophy presentation for race 10, the Hagen. Trophy being presented to the connections of Isidoro. Winner, race 10. $3 turf pick 3 pays just over $3,000, $3,072.24. Again, the pick 6 pays on 5 of 6. The late pick 5, 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Congratulations to the spring meet leaders at Keeneland. Irad Ortiz Jr. with 20 wins. The leading jockey. Leading trainer, that's Wesley Ward with his 12 victories. And leading owner, a tie, Godolphin and Juddmont with 5 wins apiece. The leaders for the spring meet will be officially recognized here in the fall. A reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, remain open for simulcasting for another 15 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. And we invite you to join us at the Sale Pavilion. 6:30 p.m., the start for the Horses of Racing Age sale on this big Friday day at Keeneland. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.